What is going on, everyone? Welcome back to TTP Sports. We're going to be doing some hanging out for the next few hours. I was going to plan to do this a little later at 2 o'clock, but I was like, okay, the Juan Soto trade happened. Like, I can't wait to talk about this at 2 because it would be 2 hours too late. Like, seriously, Juan Soto going to the San Diego Padres. My God. Imagine that, heart of the lineup when Tatis comes back of Fernando Tatis Jr., Juan Soto, and Manny Machado. Holy shit, that is going to be a great part of the lineup for the San Diego Padres. And honestly, I feel like the Nationals kind of didn't get the best return at all. I know Mackenzie Gore is part of the deal, but it's like only 2 top 100 prospects from the Padres going to the Nationals, and they also have to take on Eric Hosmer's contract. So there's a lot to talk about. There is the Juan Soto trade, all the other trades in MLB so far, and basically waiting for the Phillies to make their move. There's basically rumors circling around about, Noah Syndergaard possibly. Maybe if they go after Syndergaard, maybe they get a Brandon Marsh as well for the outfielder spot. There's also, Tyler Mahle from the Cincinnati Reds that the Phillies are linked to. I feel like that's basically going to come down to the wire for the Phillies standpoint. Because if I do remember last year, the Phillies waited till I think with 2-3 hours left until the trade deadline ended when they got Kyle Gibson and Ian Anderson or Ian Kennedy from the Texas Rangers. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit, but I think the Phillies, they're going to be eventually picking up steam. So there's something to think about right here. There's also been some, talks about Carlos Rodon from the Giants possibly being traded. I would love to see Dave Dombrowski go after a guy like a Carlos Rodon, but I feel like that would cost a little too much because of the years that he has left on his contract. And, the Giants are probably going to want a little bit back. But if Dave Dombrowski can find a way to pull it off, that'd be nice. But more I'm expecting down the line of a Noah Syndergaard and maybe a Tyler Mahle as the starter that the Phillies go after. That's basically what I'm expecting at this point. But hey, all for surprises. I am all for surprises at this point. And I did see a tweet too about the Washington Nationals trade, and it was talking about if you think this is pain for the Nationals right now, just imagine if in 2019, if Dave Roberts, the manager from the Dodgers, just had any sense of logic in the 2019 NLDS Game 5 and not using Kershaw later on in the ball game. If Kershaw wasn't brought out, do the Nationals come back and win that game? Do the Dodgers move on to the NLCS that year? That's some things to think about there. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Man. Oh man. Yeah, Eric Hosmer is also going to the Washington Nationals to take basically Washington taking on that contract. So yeah, there's a lot of things going on in baseball right now, and I want to find a trade tracker just to see if I can find everything here. Okay, so okay, I think maybe MLB.com has the best one. I'm trying to see what would be maybe ESPN will have the best one, or do I go to TSN actually? Maybe TSN has the best trade tracker because they have. Oh yeah, TSN definitely. It's way more organized. Oh, thank God. There's a good trade tracker out here. Oh boy. Oh here. Oh no, we got maybe some late breaking news from John Morosi. To be clear, the Juan Soto Josh Bill blockbuster hinges on Eric Hosmer's permission for the deal to move forward. The Nationals are on his no trade list. Imagine if this whole trade gets completely thrown out of the bus because Eric Hosmer doesn't accept it. That would be very funny. That would be very, very funny if Eric Hosmer completely throws the trade away. That would be absolutely hilarious. That would be absolutely hilarious if he actually denies being traded. Oh my God. That would be funny. That would be funny if that actually happens. But right, the trade still isn't official because yes, you do have to wait for Eric Hosmer to approve the trade. Okay. So this is from Ken Rosenthal. Enormous pressure on Eric Hosmer to approve the deal, and he might get something more out of it beyond the 3 years, $39 million he is owed from 23 to 25. Hosmer, Soto, Bell are represented by Scott Boras, as are Gore and Wood. Players generally need to be compensated to waive the no trade protection. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. If Eric Hosmer actually denies this trade, that would be absolutely hilarious, in my honest opinion, because we all know the Padres screwed up the Max Scherzer trade last season in the trade deadline, so they're probably very desperate to make sure this trade goes through. Ooh, spicy, very very spicy. So we're gonna hang out for the next couple of hours, enjoy the MLB trade deadline. Basically, it ends at 6, doesn't it? I'm probably not gonna go that long. That would be a 6-hour stream at this point, and we're cutting it close because the Phillies do play tonight in Atlanta. Is that a 7:30 game or is that a 7 o'clock game? Gotta make sure. So we go to ESPN or something like that for the Phillies. I'm getting all these freaking updates from my phone and whatnot. All the the game's at 7:20 today, so we got some time here. We got some time. Jeff Passan just posted that Juan Soto has been informed he's being traded to the Padres. So there's something there. So basically, this is going to be what's talked about basically for the next. Ken says, who would accept a trade to the Nats other than Familia? I don't think it. I don't know. I have no idea. Mr. W says sell the Nationals. They already are. Their ownership is trying to sell. That's why they were so desperate to move Juan Soto at that point. So yeah, Oakland, while you're at it, really hope we get Mahle or Rodon. I feel like Rodon's more of a pipe dream. I feel like it's going to be more Syndergaard or a Mahle at this point. Like if it does turn out to be Syndergaard, if you do get a guy like a Brandon Marsh as well in return, because Brandon Marsh is a really good defensive outfielder, I'd be fine with it. I'd definitely be fine with it. Feel a little bit bad for the Nationals fans, but they can cry about it with their 2019 World Series. Bobby says, go back to Montreal. My God, I freaking, what is it? Eric Hosmer says, screw you guys, go back to Montreal. I'm not going to Washington. That would be absolutely funny. That would be. But there's still a ton of other trades that we can get into, because there's been a lot over the past couple of days, as of course, because it is the MLB trade deadline. So you got the Josh Hader trade, which was very out of the blue. He gets traded to the San Diego Padres as well. So the Padres are really loading up. Brewers get Dinelson Lamet, Taylor Rogers, Estrubby Ruiz, and Robert Gasser. Looking at some other major trades on the market right here after the Josh Hader trade. Frankie Montas and Lou Trevino. They go to the New York Yankees for Luis Medina, Ken Waldichuk, Cooper Bowman, and J.P. Sears. So the Yankees getting a top end, well, not a top end, I would say more of a second 3 type of guy in the rotation in Frankie Montas. I know there was a lot of stuff about the Phillies maybe going after, but the A's were definitely going to be asking way too much for a Frankie Montas. And really, like I said, expect the Phillies to most likely go after a Noah Syndergaard or a Mahle, just depending on what goes on in everything right here. You see Christian Vasquez go to the Houston Astros from the Boston Red Sox. The Cardinals end up getting Jose Quintana. And it's weird too. The Cardinals were in on Juan Soto, but they were really hesitant to trade Dylan Carlson. Dylan Carlson was really holding back a trade to acquire Juan Soto. Think about that. The Cardinals didn't want to trade Dylan Carlson, who is the same age as Juan Soto, to get Juan Soto. We're talking about Juan Soto here. Are you serious, Cardinals? Are you serious? But hey, as a Phillies fan, I don't care. Don't make any vast improvements. Seriously, if you're thinking about this from a Phillies fan's perspective, it probably could be a win-win situation. It gets Juan Soto out of the East, so when you play the Nationals, they're 20 times worse than they already are. And then the Cardinals, who you've already won the season series against and have the tiebreaker, they don't get any better. And then the Milwaukee Brewers that trade Josh Hader, they get worse, technically, in their bullpen, and plus they don't have offense. They get worse. You won that season series, and you have the tiebreaker against the Brewers. So maybe it's a win-win scenario for the Phillies that he goes to the Padres. There you go. Let the Padres and the Dodgers fight for the wild card spot NL West division, and we'll see what happens there. Right now, basically just waiting for the Phillies to do just to do what they want to do at this point. Like I said, I feel like it's going to be a little bit closer toward a trade deadline as well. So really, you just gotta be a little bit patient with Dave Dombrowski. I know a lot of Phillies fans are getting very impatient, but the names out there are still in the market that the Phillies are after. So basically, you just gotta wait and see what happens. Dave Dombrowski is not gonna, he's not gonna end this trade deadline without getting anything in return for this Phillies team. That's just what happens when the market is so bad at this point too, especially for the starting pitching wise. Like, yeah, Juan Soto definitely improves that market, but overall, it just doesn't, You see the Braves get Jake Odorizzi for Will Smith from the Houston Astros. You see Jorge Lopez go to the Minnesota Twins from the Baltimore Orioles. They get a lot in return. And then you get that huge trade with the San Diego Padres and the Nationals getting Juan Soto. But still, you got to wait for it to be official because of freaking Eric Hosmer. So let's just go over this trade first just to see, what happens. So you get Juan Soto and Josh Bell going to the San Diego Padres for Robert Hassel III, James Wood, Jarlin Susana, CJ Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, which is a good return for the Nationals, and Eric Hosmer is that major league player that's most likely going to be returned in the deal, but still he needs to approve it because the Nationals are on his no trade list. So, yeah. At first, we were seeing that it was maybe just 4 prospects in return, and 2 of the prospects were just only in the top 100. And we're thinking to ourselves, man, the Padres didn't get a good return. Not the Padres, the Nationals didn't get a good return. I know you're trading for Juan Soto, but like you gotta get more, don't you think? I know probably most trades are not going to be the best just because it's a Juan Soto, and most trades are not going to be, looking in favor of the Nationals at that point. But like, you think Mackenzie Gore wasn't going to be added to it, but then he eventually was added to the deal. But it still feels like it's a little underwhelming for the Nationals standpoint because, one, you are trading away Juan Soto. The return to the Nationals just seems a little bit underwhelming in my honest opinion, but I guess that's what it's going to look like, especially when you're trading a generational talent like a Juan Soto. So I guess that's just how it is at this point. But yeah, you also see, the Austin Riley extension with the Atlanta Braves signing for 10 years, $200+ million. So honestly, that's something that he would probably get a lot more value on the open market if he were ever to test that eventually in his future. But now he's locked up long term with the Braves. Honestly, with the Braves, I have no idea how they do it. I just don't. When you got Ozzie Albies and Ronald Acuna Jr. locked into those albatrosses of a contract where they're getting paid way below what they're actually valued on the open market, I have no idea how they do it. I just don't. I don't know. 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 Oh boy. But hey, we gotta send Washington Nationals, send Juan Soto and Josh Bell to the Padres for Hall prospects. It all hinges on Eric Hosmer waiving his no movement clause. Please reject the deal, Eric. Chaos must happen. Oh God. That would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. Oh boy. What else? Okay, Tim Kelly posted in 67 career games against the Phillies, Juan Soto slashed the 300 average, a 431 on base percentage, and a 579 slugging with 18 home runs, 53 RBIs, 57 walks, and an OPS of 1.011. Despite whatever it means for 2022, it's great news for the Phillies that he's out of the division, awful management in Washington. Man. Whew, 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 whew. And someone just said, can't get over the Nationals having Bryce Harper, Anthony Rendon, Max Scherzer, Trey Turner, Juan Soto, and they're all gone in a matter of a few years. Yeah, that's what happens. They sold their soul basically to win that 2019 World Series. My God. My God. My God. What else? What else? Is there any other big trades that are going on here? Yeah, most likely I feel like things are going to calm down a little bit because of the Juan Soto deal. Yeah, Ken Rosenthal saying the Soto deal will not be official until Hosmer agrees to waive his no movement stipulation to the Nationals. To take this point, he has not, according to a source. Negotiations are certainly taking place. Oh my God. Oh my God. if he seriously if he seriously rejects the trade. He actually rejects this trade. If he rejects this trade, oh my God, that would be hilarious. That would be so funny. Oh my God. Also, Mr. W says going to the game on the 4th against the Nationals, so that should be a fun 10+ run game for the Phillies. My goodness. I swear to God, if Eric Hosmer actually turns the deal down, oh my God, that would be hilarious. Even though they still have a lot of time before the trade deadline happens. Oh my God. Oh my God. What else? What else? What else? What else? James Wood is thought to have been the linchpin of this deal. Padres did not want to give him up. A Class A outfielder who has been compared to Willie McCovey. Padres should get credit here mostly for gathering so many great prospects. Oh yeah, the Padres always had a good prospect system for the past couple of seasons. I think the big thing for Eric Hosmer is that the Padres are really trying to get under the first luxury tax threshold, like the $230 million penalty there. So they're trying to get below that, and that's most likely why they're trying to get rid of Hosmer's contract. So if Hosmer declines, they're going to have to figure something out before the 6 p.m. deadline hits. Because honestly, if Hosmer rejects, the Dodgers can swoop in and do anything they want. But I'm sure it's most likely going to be the Padres at the end of the day. But it'll be really funny if Eric Hosmer really turns down this deal. That'll just be very, very, very funny. Any other signing news here? I know the Austin Riley deal happened. I know Joe Musgrove, he resigned with the San Diego Padres as well, 5/11. So there's a little bit of things to go along here. What else? What else? What else? Nah, these are just a bunch of transactions here from TSN. I guess they don't have a signing tracker here on TSN for baseball at this point. But yeah, overall. So if we look at this San Diego Padres lineup, so let me go to the San Diego Padres and just look at their roster in general, just to see everything here. So if I go to the Padres, go to their thing, look at their roster. So if we go to, let me just go to the 40-man roster. So if I go to infielder, can I find like their specific lineup? Most likely, I probably have to go to ESPN for that. So let me do that. Go to ESPN to see the Padres specific lineup for a future game. So go to the Padres. There they are. Probably should have brought this up earlier, but what are you going to do? So they play the Rockies today at 4. So let's see what their lineup possibly will be tonight. If I can find it. If it pops up, it should pop up. I don't know why it isn't. I don't know why it isn't. Where's the lineup at? Come on, ESPN. Why aren't you showing the lineup? I want to see the lineup. It usually does that for the Phillies. What the hell, man? What the hell? Someone said if I were Eric Hosmer, I'd tell the Padres and Nationals I need until 5:59 to decide what I'm doing. My God, this Eric Hosmer thing is going to really hold this deal off, isn't it? My goodness. But I'm trying to see this entire. Where's the freaking Padres lineup at? Maybe let me just go to like a previous game then. Maybe that'll be easier on everything. If I can get there. Come on. There we go. If I go to their box score, here we go. So Padres have Profar, Machado, Cronenworth, Luke Voigt, Will Myers, Maraza, C.J. Abrams as a second baseman, Kim as a shortstop, Nola as the catcher, and Grisham as the center fielder. So Juan Soto, he'll most likely substitute in right field or left field. So that'll be, yeah, if you put Machado in there, Juan Soto in the 3-hole or 2-hole, then you add Tatis. That's a deadly 3 in a row in your lineup right there. So that's going to be, very interesting to see what happens in that instance. So I just saw Jeff Passan just post something here. Oh, 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 oh. Oh my, do we have some breaking news here? Do we have some breaking news from Bob Nightingale? The San Diego Padres' Eric Hosmer has not approved the trade to Washington. The Nationals are on no trade list. It remains to be seen. Oh my God, Eric Hosmer is providing the chaos. He's providing the chaos. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Eric Hosmer is actually going to deny this crap. I don't blame him. I don't blame him for not wanting to go to the Nationals. I don't. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh boy. All the freaking chaos in the world. Bobby says it took the Nats 2 years and 9 months to go from a World Series champion to full-blown rebuild. Impressive. Yeah, that is impressive. That definitely is. Oh my God, Eric Hosmer. Eric Hosmer is... Oh my God, the chaos is ensuing. The chaos is ensuing. Oh my God. This is hilarious. This is absolutely hilarious. If he's serious, like he is rejecting the offer right now. I know we got till 6, but my God, well, technically 5:59, but technically 6, but oh my God, Eric Hosmer, what are you doing? You're purposely screwing over the Padres. My God, this is hilarious. This is very funny. That freaking Eric Hosmer is going to hold back this deal. That is hilarious. That is very funny. Eric Hosmer is actually going to hold back this deal. I can't believe it. I seriously can't believe that Eric Hosmer is actually going to hold back this deal. Probably should have expected it at this point because, chaos and nothing can go right in the world of the San Diego Padres in terms of major trades because we all know the Max Scherzer deal last year fell through for some reason. Then it eventually went to the Dodgers. That'd be very funny if that happened again. It would be very funny. They missed out on Juan Soto and he goes to the Dodgers again. Just a repeat of freaking Max Scherzer and Trey Turner at that point. Yeah, we're basically playing a waiting game until everything else happens. So I guess we can do some Phillies talk at this point to do something here. I know this is basically being a very, 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 very long day in terms of trades here. But let's see. Yeah, Fox Sports just posted Juan Soto deal will not be official until Eric Hosmer agrees to wait his no movement clause to the Nationals. He has not yet. Can you imagine the rock, paper, scissors that went down? Who had to tell Hosmer he's being... Well, they're saying it was either Hosmer or Will Myers, and I guess they chose Hosmer at that point. Maybe they could throw Will Myers into the thing. Who knows? Does Will Myers have a no movement clause? Some men just want to watch the world burn. I just saw. Oh my God. But still, if you look at this from a Phillies perspective, the Phillies have a lot of games. If this deal still goes through, which I'm assuming it's still going to eventually go through, just depending on what happens, The Phillies have, I believe, what? I would say 11 games left against the Washington Nationals in the final 2 months of the year. They got a 4-game series coming up this weekend. They play them again, and they don't play them again until September at home, September 9th through the 11th. And then they play them from September 30th to the 2nd. So that's another 4-game series there. So, yeah, they have 11 games left against the Nationals. So not having Juan Soto or Josh Bell, that's going to be a huge help for the Phillies in that standpoint because they do those 3 series left against the Nationals. If you look at tonight's game, you're going to have the bullpen game going up against Spencer Strider most likely. So we're going to be experiencing another Phillies bullpen game until the Phillies make that move for a starting pitcher. So we basically just got to wait. Very his Austin Krell from the Painted Line just said, very here for the Padres coverage if Hosmer does not agree to the trade. I know Phillies fans are getting really impatient at this point, just waiting for a trade to happen. I think people need to be patient because it took until the last minute last year for the Phillies to make a move at the deadline. So you just got to wait. Just got to wait. The guys that the Phillies are in are still out there. They're still out there. Mahle's still out there. Syndergaard's still out there. If Rodon's actually on the market, I feel the Phillies are most likely going to do the due diligence with the Giants there, even though I do feel like that's the least likely scenario in my honest opinion, just because of the return that the Giants might ask for. So you're basically just a wait and see process. I feel like the most possible outcome from what I'm seeing lately is most likely going to be Noah Syndergaard and a Brandon Marsh coming back to the Phillies. That's what I would assume at least. Here we go. Bob Nightingale just said Eric Hosmer's 8-year, $144 million contract is backloaded. He is scheduled to earn $13 million a year from 2023 to 2025. Hosmer is from Miami, close to where the Nats have their spring training camp, but going from a contender to a rebuilding team may be tough to swallow. Of course. No, no major league player wants to go to the Washington Nationals right now. No one. Especially that they are a terrible team, and especially that they're selling ownership. So, yeah, they don't want that to happen. I don't blame Eric Hosmer for not wanting to go to the Nationals, but I feel like the Padres are going to be like doing everything they can to say, Eric, go to the Nationals. You're going to the Nationals, Eric. We're not telling you any further. I can't believe this is actually like being held off because of Eric Hosmer. That's actually really funny. So, yeah, just going back to this Philly series with the Braves, if I look at the MLB standings right now, so I go here, ESPN, that's not the right standings that I wanted. Here we go. So if I go to the wild card, Phillies still hold that game lead over the Cardinals. The Phillies are 55-47. Cardinals are 54-48. So right now, the Phillies control their own destiny. They have the season series over the Cardinals. They have the season series over the Padres. So they hold themselves in a very nice spot here to, do some damage in the wild card spot. I don't see them going for the division because they're 6.5 behind the Braves for the first wild card spot. And if you just look at the NL East in general, Phillies, they're still that 6.5 behind the Braves for second place, and they're 10 games behind the New York Mets for first place. The Mets are 65-37. The Braves are 62-41. So yeah, it's going to be a tough contest there to even try to catch up for second and first place in the NL East division. So yeah, and if you're looking at the NL Central too, for the Cardinals and Brewers perspective, after the Josh Hader trade, I know it's their closer that they traded, so really they don't lose much. But still, Josh Hader, even though he was going through a very bad stretch, I still firmly believe that Alec Bowman, Matt Vierling broke Josh Hader because what was it at that point that Josh Hader didn't allow a run all season when the Phillies were playing in Milwaukee when they were losing, what was it, 1-0 in the top of the ninth, and then Alec Bowman, Matt Vierling both hit home runs to go to put the Phillies on top. So I firmly believe that Alec Bowman, Matt Vierling broke Josh Hader and ruined his season because he hasn't been the same since. Even though it's basically just his recent couple of weeks stretch for Hader that's been really bad, but still overall. And then the Phillies got 3 managers fired this year. Their own manager in Joe Girardi. They got Joe Maddon fired. And then, even though I feel like they have no implication on the Toronto manager getting fired, they still fired him during the Phillies Blue Jays series. So I tend to believe that the Phillies got 3 managers fired, and they also broke Josh Hader. I just like to think that because it honestly is really funny. Trying to think here. Here we go. Jim Bowden from CBS Sports said, if Hosmer is in the trade, the Nationals will only pay the remainder of this year's contract. San Diego pays all the next 3 years, according to sources. Oh, that's interesting. So Washington wouldn't even have to pay him. That is very interesting. You got baseball images that precede unfortunate events showing Eric Hosmer's introduction press conference to the Padres. Ooh, that does precede unfortunate events. And if we're just looking at the Phillies, just rest of their schedule here, just to do that due diligence, just to see what the matchups are. So you got this 2-game series against the Braves. You got the 4-game series this weekend against the Nationals, and then you get a 3-game series next week, Tuesday to Thursday, against the Miami Marlins at home. So you get this 4-game series against Washington. You get a day off next Monday. Then you play the Marlins for 3 straight games. Then you go on the road for 6 games, 3 of them against the Mets, 3 of them against the Reds. And then you're back home against those very same 2 teams. A 4-game series against the Mets from the 19th of August to the 21st of August. And then from the 22nd of August to the 25th, you get a 4-game series against the Reds. So this National Series, this Miami series, and that 2-series stretch upcoming against both the Reds in that 2-week span, that's huge. The Mets, those are 7 games there. Do I expect the Phillies to win either of those series? No. If you can probably snag 3, maybe 4 wins against the Mets, I'll take that. You lose the first 3-game series, and if you can find a way to split the 4-game series, I'll be fine with that, because we really struggle against the Mets this year, even though the Phillies have been playing like a bunch of different teams, so we basically just have to wait and see. And then basically those series are going to be taking place after the trade deadline, so most likely you're going to be seeing whatever move the Phillies make appear in those upcoming series. So, and then after that 4-game Reds series at home, you have a 3-game series from the 26th of August to the 28th against the Pittsburgh Pirates at home. That closes off that homestand. And then you go on the road for 2 straight series, a 3-game set in Arizona to finish off the month of August. Then you start September with a 3-game series in San Francisco. So that's your final West Coast road trip of the year. Thank God the San Francisco series, there's only one 10 o'clock game, but all the Diamondback series, that's all 9 o'clock game, 9:40 games. So basically that's a 10 o'clock game. So yeah. So one more stretch of Phillies After Dark starting at the end of August and the beginning of September. And then going after that road trip, you see a stretch of 3 series, 2 of them against the Marlins and 1 of them against the Nationals. So that's a huge stretch against not so good teams for the Phillies to get some wins. 2 series at home and then 1 series in Miami. And then you go on the road after Miami, September 16th to the 18th against the Atlanta Braves. That's the last time you play the Braves this year. No, actually, it's not on the road. That's the last time you play them. And then you come back home for the final home stretch of the season from the 20th to the 25th. You get a 2-game series against the Toronto Blue Jays, and then you get a 4-game series at home against the Atlanta Braves. So that's the final time you play the Braves this year. And then you get a long road trip to close out the rest of the regular season. The final stretch of September, it's a 3-game series in Wrigley Field against the Cubs. And then you get another 4-game series on the road against Washington. So that's going to be a huge series for this Phillies team to pick up some wins, especially in those final series where it could have wild card implications to clinch a playoff spot. And then your final 3-game series is going to be on the road against the Houston Astros, which originally was supposed to be your opening day weekend series because of, the lockout that stopped everything, and that eventually MLB moved some games towards different parts of the schedule. And this was one of those series that got moved to the last series of the year. So yeah, hopefully the Phillies clinch a playoff spot before that Astros series. Only you can hope at that point. You got to hope there if they can close a playoff spot before that Astros series. Man, so the Phillies right now, they basically just control their own destiny at this point. You just got to win series against the bad teams, and you're facing a lot of bad teams upcoming. So yeah, you're going to have to take advantage of that. You're going to have to. Here we go. Anything else from the rumor mill? Anything else? No, basically everyone's just waiting for the Juan Soto trade to go through because of freaking Eric Hosmer. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious if the trade just doesn't go through. It'd be kind of detrimental if you're a Phillies fan because the freaking Shelfie changed his account to Eric Hosmer. Yes, he did. Shelfie changed his account, his Twitter account, to Eric Hosmer. I gotta post that in the chat right here. It's a freaking doing a saying, "What should we do? Approve or veto the move?" My God. My God. Man, there's a lot. We just need something here. We do need some Phillies information though. The Phillies market has been really quiet. And I guess that's just how Dave Dombrowski does his work. Like you've seen there's a couple of rumors from John Heyman, of course, because John Middleton probably has John Heyman in his pocket. Let's see. Also Scott Boras. There's a lot of Scott Boras clients here with the Phillies. So if I go to just John Heyman in general, so let me go that on Twitter. John Heyman, because he definitely has some Phillies posts here, most likely. So talking about Juan Soto. Here we go. This is from 2 hours ago. Philly is in on Noah Syndergaard along with the Toronto Blue Jays. Thor is right up Dave Dombrowski's alley. From Jason Stark mentioned the Phillies' interest. Any other things about the Phillies right here? A lot of stuff talking about the basically Juan Soto trade from earlier. This is from 5 hours ago. The Minnesota Twins and the Phillies are among teams interested on the Reds' right-hander Tyler Mahle, underrated pitcher who has been very good lately. So that's basically obvious at that point. Noah Syndergaard with the Blue Jays and the Phillies. They're saying the Braves are in on that as well, but I'm assuming the Braves might be out of it, I guess, at this point. Here we go. This is from John Morosi. Sources: Padres and Eric Hosmer's representative are currently negotiating about what it would take for Hosmer to approve his trade to the Nationals. The Juan Soto Josh Bell blockbuster in its current form is contingent on Hosmer's assent. My God. God, Jesus. I just posted the same goddamn thing. My God. Let's see. It's pure chaos at this point. Pure chaos. That's all it is. All it is, pure chaos. What else? I don't think there's anything else, right? Yeah, there's basically just, my God, it's basically just waiting for Eric Hosmer to approve the trade, and really, right now, from a Phillies fan perspective, just waiting for what Dave Dombrowski is going to do. It's really all we're waiting for at this point. But if we're just looking at some other teams that made the major moves, like with the Seattle Mariners going after Luis Castillo, even though that happened a while ago, if you look at the American League West standings, they're definitely not going to catch the West Division with the Astros because the Astros are 67 and 37. The Mariners are 12 games behind the Astros, regardless of how many wins that the Mariners have had over the past couple of weeks. That 14-game winning streak really helped them. But they're most likely going to be in the implication for the wild card. They're in the third wild card spot right now. They're tied with the Tampa Bay Rays. The Blue Jays hold the first wild card spot in the American League by 3 games. And looking at the rest of the wild card implications, the Guardians are a game behind the Rays and the Mariners. The Orioles are 2.5 games behind. The Red Sox are 3 games behind. The White Sox are 3. So there's a little bit of a battle with the American League wild card right here. But with the Mariners getting these acquisitions, that probably makes them a little bit better. If I'm looking at teams like the Guardians, I don't think they're going to make it in the end. Same thing with the Baltimore Orioles, even though the Orioles have been a lot better this year, like way better than anyone ever anticipated. 52 and 51 so far. Could they make a push? Not sure. The Red Sox, I know they got Tommy Pham, but basically that's not going to spark anything. They also traded Christian Vasquez, and there could be rumors out there that they could be trading Nathan Eovaldi, JD Martinez, and stuff like that. Are they going to keep Xander Bogaerts? I have no idea. So there's also stuff right there from the Red Sox that they could be making these major trades too eventually. Are they going to eventually do it? I have no idea. I think really right now, everyone's just waiting for the Juan Soto trade to go down and be officially official before more trades happen. I think that's basically what's holding everything off. There's no active negotiations going on with Eric Hosmer. After, oh my god. Oh my god. Here we go. Bob Nightingale. There are no active negotiations going on with Eric Hosmer and the Padres after he rejected the trade. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hosmer is asking for 50% of the Padres gate inch concession still. Oh my god, he's really at this point, Padres, just release him if he's not going to accept the trade. Just release him at this point. Or just accept it and go over the luxury tax. That's all you got to do. Like, if you're the Padres, you can't miss out on this trade. You just can't. Like, Eric, like, at this point, you should just say, screw the rest. Screw that. Eric Hosmer, you're not a part of the trade. You're off this team, and we'll just take the trade in general. Will they try to trade Will Meyer over? I have no idea. But the Padres need to get this trade going, even though they have a ton of time to get it fully official. But my God, this is just funny. This is really funny that Eric Hosmer is really preventing this trade from happening. It's really funny. Can't believe Eric Hosmer is actually preventing the trade from going down. I just can't imagine that. Well, I actually can't imagine that just because it's the Padres and sometimes trades just don't go in their favor sometimes because we all know what happened last year. Really, like the trade market has gone completely quiet since then because of this entire Juan Soto thing. I feel like when the trade eventually becomes official, you'll probably eventually start seeing more trades happen. But right now, we're basically just waiting for this Juan Soto stuff to go down and be official because freaking Eric Hosmer is holding everything back. I still find that very funny, though. Very, very funny. And just looking at some other trades right here, I might as well. So, any other major trades here? According to TSN, you get the Josh Hader, Bradley Zimmer going to the Blue Jays, but that was on okay, that was way a while ago. So like really the major trades, like blockbuster trades of this trade deadline have been Josh Hader, Frankie Montas, and right now the Juan Soto trade. But if we're looking at any of the other like minor trades right here, like I said, Jorge Lopez with the Twins. So the Twins got a very good closer this year. Like Robbie Grossman goes to the Braves. The Braves and the Astros, they do a swap for Will Smith and Jake Odorizzi. Quintana goes to the Cardinals, so they get a back end starter at that point. Tommy Pham goes to the Red Sox for future considerations. The White Sox, they get Jake Diekman. Trey Mancini, he goes to the Houston Astros from the Baltimore Orioles, so that was very surprising at that point. What else? Scott Efros goes to the Yankees from the Cubs. Garrett Clevenger goes to the Rays from the Los Angeles Dodgers. What else? David Peralta, he goes to the Rays from the Diamondbacks. And basically that's it. Besides like the Luis Castillo trade, there really weren't any like major other trades that really went down besides like, the Andrew Benintendi trade from the Royals to the Yankees and stuff like that. Daniel Vogelbach going to the Mets, even though that was basically all last week at that point. Yeah, basically. We're just waiting for more trades to happen because of this whole wants. Oh, here we go. Trade is now officially official. The trade is now done with the Padres, and it's not going to include Eric Hosmer anymore. So Juan Soto is officially a member of the San Diego Padres. So, well, there goes the chaos. So basically, they didn't even have to include Eric Hosmer at that point. So I guess the Padres are just going to take the luxury tax penalties at that point because they can't. I'm assuming they probably just said screw it and they're taking the luxury tax penalties. most likely here come from Ken Rosenthal. Sources confirm what Jim is saying. Deal will go through with or without Hosmer. Padres still must decide what to do with him. Okay. So they're still trying to figure out what to do with Eric Hosmer at this point. Okay. So the deal's going to go through. So now Padres fans don't have to worry about that. They're just basically now they're trying to figure out what the hell to do with Eric Hosmer. Because I would assume they're just going to say screw it and take the tax penalties. But maybe they could find another team that would take Eric Hosmer, or they just straight up release him or designate him for assignment at that point. Eric Hosmer is not going to be very well liked in San Diego anymore from Ben Verlander. Oh, yeah, I definitely would have believed that if he's still in the Padres lineup. Are the Padres playing at home today? The Padres. Where are they at? It said they were playing at 4 today, or is that tomorrow? I hear, yeah, they are playing at home. Oh boy, is Eric Hosmer going to be in the lineup? That's probably why the lineups aren't even out yet on ESPN, because they're still doing all this crap from the trade deadline, trying to make sure what the hell happens. Yeah, basically. So now this trade is officially, well, it's not officially official, but the trade's going to go through. So now it's basically going to be. So if we go to the trade tracker now, it's going to be Juan Soto, Josh Bell going to the San Diego Padres for Robert Hassel III, James Wood, Jarlin Susana, CJ Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, and just scratch off Eric Hosmer at that point. That's most likely what's going to happen, unless they add Will Myers to the deal, which I don't expect to happen. Rattle says, don't think Dombrowski wants to trade their 4 top pitching prospects in Ohapi. Farm system just started to improve after Clentech ruined it. I don't if I want to sacrifice long-term for short-term. I don't at this point, would I be okay with trading a guy like a Ohapi or a Ben Brown? I'd be more okay trading a Ben Brown just because you have the other guys. Maybe a Griff McGarry as well. Because, right, Dave Dombrowski is favoring guys with control on their contracts. That's what he did last year. That's what he's trying to do this year. Because if you go after Tyler Mahle, he still has control in his contract. I believe he has an arbitration year next year. So basically, you have an extra year of control in his contract and maybe extend him. So if that's what it, well, that's basically, yeah, you got to blame Clintack for that entire scenario, because right now your prospect system is very top heavy. You don't have any other like sustenance in the middle right there to maybe intrigue some other teams that, okay, we're not going to trade you our top prospects, but we'll give you these guys. That's basically the problem that the Phillies are in, and that's basically the problem from the McPhail and Clintack era for being such terrible traders, or not traders, terrible drafters. So that's basically the issue. Drafting guys like Mickey Moniak, drafting guys like Adam Hazley, and all that stuff. All these other no names in their prospect system that didn't turn out to be anything. So yeah, like even though eventually they got Alec Boehm, they got Bryson Stott. I know Clintack, his last draft was McAbel or McAble, but still, those like earlier parts in his tenure with the draft were just absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Now I'm trying to think. If you do, because the rumors are out there. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. Because I know the rumors right now are, they go out there, they get Noah Syndergaard, Brandon Marsh could be involved in the deal. I'd be okay with that. Like I know, like Noah Syndergaard still isn't like the best guy out there on the market, but it's not terrible. So if I go with like Noah Syndergaard, like basically, like I said, I wouldn't be like ecstatic getting Noah Syndergaard, but I wouldn't hate it at the same time. So if you look at Noah Syndergaard this year, he is 5-8 with on the season, a 3.83 ERA, 15 games started. So honestly, that's kind of low. I know the Angels this year have done a six-man rotation, so that's kind of a little bit concerning on that aspect. He's got 64 strikeouts this year, a whip of 1.21. And basically looking at the rest of everything, his FIP is a 3.95, so basically just around the same thing as his ERA. Strikeouts are down though, which is concerning. Walk rate's around the same. The hit rate or the home run rate is around the same. So basically, he's just not striking out as many guys. He's relying on, I guess, ground balls, flyouts, and all that stuff. The hits per nine are around the same. So he's still basically the same pitcher. It's the strikeouts that are down, which is basically the reason right there. Because I'm assuming his velocity isn't the same as it used to be with the Mets. And that's basically granted because he only played in a couple of games last year. He missed the 2020 season. So he's missed a lot of time from baseball. So Jeff Basson just posted something here. Okay. Jeff Passan just said, when Soto was informed by the Nationals he's moving, it was immediately clear some version of the deal was going to get done. The Padres knew that Eric Hosmer had Washington on his no-trade list and could invoke it. There are always different iterations. The point, the deal is going to happen. Yeah, same thing. John Heyman just said the same thing. The deal is going to get done either way, according to sources. Hosmer is on a tough spot as of right. It is his right to decline going to DC, but Soto deal isn't in danger at all. What else? What else? Yeah, so that trade's eventually going to go through. I wonder if TSN updated it to get rid of Hosmer. No, they did not. They did not. Yeah, let me go to the Phillies prospect system. Because we all know the prospect system is not the best. Very top heavy. So if we go to their top 100 prospects, or top 30 prospects, actually, Andrew Painter obviously is their number one prospect. He's in high A baseball, 19 years old, 6'7", 215 pounds, doing a lot of great stuff in single A at this point. If you look at his scouting report, 60 on the fastball, 50 on basically the rating of overall on everything right here. If I go to his stats in single A, just to look at everything. So in Clearwater, he had 9 games played. He was 1-1 with an ERA of 1.4. And innings pitched, he had 38 innings pitched, 17 hits, no home runs allowed, 16 walks, and 69 strikeouts. And then when he got brought up to the Jersey Shore in high A baseball, he started in 6 games. He's 1-0 with a 1.59 ERA, 22 innings pitched, 22.2 innings pitched, 19 hits allowed, 2 home runs, 5 walks, 29 strikeouts. It got a little rough at the start in the Jersey Shore team, but he's gotten a lot better since then, basically. So he's basically been looking really good in single A so far, which is really hopeful. And I do think the Phillies might think he might run up the rankings a little bit quicker here, which would be very intriguing. And if we look at Abel in his starts so far with Clearwater, he was 1-3 with a 4.43 ERA in 14 games played. 44 innings pitched, 27 hits, 5 home runs, 27 walks, 66 strikeouts. 2022 this year with the Jersey Shore team, he's 6-7 with a 3.92 ERA, 16 games started, 78 innings pitched, 69 hits allowed, 6 home runs, 33 walks, 94 strikeouts. So the strikeouts are improving mightily. The whip this year is a 1.31. The whip last year was a 1.21. So overall, it's solid. It's solid so far. Abel was going to be more of a project than Painter, I believe, honestly. Then you go to Logan O'Hoppe this year with he's in Reading, I believe, this year. He's batting .269 with a .385 on base percentage, .492 slugging, .877 OPS in 74 games this year. He has 15 home runs, 45 RBIs, 11 doubles, 1 triple, 70 hits in total. Walks, he's walked 39 times, struck out 52, 6 stolen bases. So overall, Ohapi's been pretty good. That's why he got moved up into the top 100 MLB prospect list. The Phillies' 4th prospect is Johan Rojas. This year, he started with Jersey Shore. Now he's with Reading. Overall, let's see, Rojas. With Jersey Shore this year, he batted 230, 287 on base percentage, 325 slugging, 612 OPS, 70 games played. He had 3 home runs, 2 RBIs, 21 walks, 55 strikeouts, 12 doubles, 2 triples. And then this year for Reading, when he got called up, 253 average, a 337 on base percentage, a 717 slugging. So that's a vastly improved, but it's only in 20 games played. What else? He has 2 home runs with Reading. He has 5 RBIs, 2 triples, or actually 1 triple and 2 doubles, and 20 hits overall. He's only struck out 9 times, and he's walked 7. So overall, it's somewhat better in a very small sample size in AA. Last year in Jersey Shore, he played a lot better with a 344 average. So how old is he in Rojas? He's 21 years old in AA. So I know a lot of people are very high on Rojas. I'm not sure how it's going to turn out. Hans Kraus, he was part of the trade last year with the Spencer Howard move that got Ian Kennedy, that got Kyle Gibson. He's been injured all year, so he hasn't pitched at all. Well, he's pitched a couple of games, then he got injured. He had 3 starts, and he got injured in AAA. So basically, all that's right there. Ethan Wilson, Luis Garcia, Griff McGarry is another intriguing prospect this year for the Phillies. He's been moving up in the rankings for them. Right now, he's with AA Reading. But first, let's look at the Jersey Shore stats. 3-3 on the year in Jersey Shore. 3.86 ERA, 12 games started, 46 innings, 33 hits allowed, 6 home runs, 24 walks, 82 strikeouts, an opponent batting average of 199, and a whip of 1.22. If we look at his stats in Reading this year, 3 games started, an 0-1 record, 2.92 ERA, 12 innings pitched, 4 hits allowed, 4 walks, 14 strikeouts, and an opponent batting average of 105 and a whip of .97. I feel like he's a guy that's going to move up the ranks quickly, too. I feel like he might start in AAA next year. He is 23 years old, so maybe he's expected to move up the rankings a little bit more. So basically, we just got to wait and see. What else? Where's Ben Brown at on this list? And now they're talking about, here's Ben Brown. So if we look at Ben Brown this year, I know he missed like some time with injury, but if we look at his stats this year with the Jersey Shore, he is 3-5 in 16 games, 3.08 ERA, 73 innings pitched, 53 hits allowed, 7 home runs, 23 walks, 105 strikeouts, a whip of 1.04, and an opponent batting average of 197. So overall, pretty solid. Still wouldn't mind giving him up. Ben Brown, he's 22 years old in AA. Is he going to move up the rankings quickly? I have no idea. The Phillies only have 3 players in the top 100 prospects, though. Andrew Painter, Mick Abel, and Logan Ohapi. If you look at Andrew Painter, I believe he's like the top, like around the top 50 or something like that. Yeah. Andrew Painter and Abel are prospects 51 and 53 on the top 100 prospect list. And then Logan Ohapi, I believe, is around the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's 86 on the top 100 prospect list. So blame the Clintac McPhail era for that, not having many top prospects. Really not much else going on in Philly's platform. Yeah, basically, if you go after a guy like Noah Syndergaard and you do get a Brandon Marsh in return, it would most likely be just a platoon guy with Matt Vierling in center field. That's basically what I would assume at that point. The only problem is he can't hit. If I look at Brandon Marsh, he's a really good center field. He's a really good outfielder. Great glove. Can't hit though. So if I look at Brandon Marsh overall, where are you at? me look at this year. He is... So he came up last year for the Angels. If you look at what happened last year. So last year was his major league debut. He played in 70 games. He batted .254 with 2 home runs, 19 RBIs. He had a .317 on base, a .355 slugging, an OPS of .673, OPS plus of 84. So that's not good. What else? 12 doubles, 3 triples, 60 hits in total in 70 games. This year for the Angels, he's batting worse. A .226 average, 8 home runs, 37 RBIs, .284 on base percentage, .353 slugging, 637 OPS. OPS plus is worse this year at 80 in total. So he's a guy that right now can't hit, but he can play a really good outfield. He has a really good glove. So that's probably something that's going to intrigue the Phillies if they can get something back, if they do trade for a Syndergaard, which at the end of the day, I do think that's the more likely outcome just from everything that's going on here. But just got to basically wait and see. Basically wait and see what happens. What is it? What account is this? Yeah, there's this one account that's called Top Shelf Picks. What is this? They say breaking sports news, sports and stock picks. Saying they were the first to break John Tortorella. I don't trust him at all. I don't trust him whatsoever. Even though this person is saying the Phillies and the Giants are progressing on a deal that will send star pitcher Carlos Rodon to the Phillies for Mickey Moniak, Logan O'Hoppe, Eric Miller, and Jalen Ortiz. I do not believe that whatsoever. I don't believe that at all. Do not believe that at all. Do not. I'm just waiting for, you got to wait for, either Jim Salisbury, because Jim Salisbury has been quiet. Even though he's basically, I know the past couple of days he's been saying, watch out for Nathan Eovaldi from the Boston Red Sox, which I would definitely be very intrigued by. I would definitely be intrigued by Eovaldi. So if I look at Nathan Eovaldi's stats this year, because I know he pitched yesterday, I know he's been dealing with his velocity dipping this year. So this year for the Boston Red Sox, he is 5-3 with a 4.11 ERA and 16 games started this year, 87 innings, 86 strikeouts. I know he's had some injury issues this year, and a whip of 1.23. If I look at his past couple of seasons with the Red Sox, and there definitely are some, implications there because Dave Dombrowski was the guy that brought him to Boston. So if I look at his career overall, just with the Boston Red Sox going back a couple of seasons, when he was brought to the Boston Red Sox, he was in the 2018 season when he was traded there at the trade deadline. He was 3-3 with an ERA of 2.88. So overall, pretty solid. A whip of 1.27. In the 2019 season, he was a little bit worse. Definitely a little bit worse. 5.90 ERA in 23 games. I'm assuming he got moved to the bullpen. 2020, 3.87 ERA. Last year, he was 11-9 with a 2.79 ERA, so he was really good last year. And this year, he's probably going back to where he, the norm. But still, I'd be very intrigued in a Nathan Eovaldi. The only thing that's concerning is his velocity is down, a couple of ticks, 2-3 miles an hour. Normally he's clocking around 97, 98. He's clocking around maybe 93, 94, 95. So his velocity is down a little bit, which is a little bit concerning. What else? There's someone, what is this? There's a minor leagues reporter. His Twitter is Cram207. He's a minor league baseball reporter for the Reading Phillies and the Iron Pigs. He says back channel sources are telling him that Mickey Moniak was sent home shortly after arriving for this morning's game unverified. So we got to wait and see what that means. We got Xavier Jackson saying, who do you want the Phillies to get in the next 4 hours? If they end up getting a guy like a Tyler Mahle, if they end up getting a Noah Syndergaard and a Brandon Marsh from the Angels, I'd be perfectly fine. The trade market this year is weak, very, very, very weak. It is. If we end up getting one of those two, like the hope, I would like to get a Nathan Eovaldi from Boston, like in the pipe dream. It's Carlos Rodon, but I'm not expecting any of those to happen. Nathan Eovaldi could be more realistic just because of Dave Dombrowski's connections with Boston and Nathan Eovaldi. That would be more realistic in my honest opinion. But from what I'm seeing, just basically all the rumors, it's either most likely going to be Noah Syndergaard or Tyler Mahle. That's what I'm assuming. Or Tyler Mahle, however we pronounce his last name. That's basically what I'm assuming at this point. Now, that's the thing is Dave Dombrowski also trying to get the outfielder with the pitcher because we all know they need another outfielder. So would it make sense to go after, a guy like a Brandon Marsh? And also you bring up a nice point here. You get Nathan Eovaldi from Boston, and could you get Jackie Bradley Jr.? Even though Jackie Bradley Jr. is basically the same thing as Brandon Marsh. Both of those guys can't hit. They can only field. So that's the one issue. Do you want to take on Jackie Bradley Jr.'s how much is Jackie Bradley Jr. even making this year? Contract. Making $9.5 million. How many more years does he have left on his contract? He's got one more year left. Next year he's making 12. And that was the contract he signed with the Brewers. Do the Phillies want to take that on? It's a question mark. Definitely a question mark. Right now, we're just in wait-and-see mode at this point. And now TSN finally updated the Juan Soto trade. They took Eric Hosmer off the list. So is there anything? Because at this point, we're basically just waiting for the Phillies to make their move. Because right now, it's still Noah Syndergaard still in the market. Tyler Mahle still in the market. So maybe those guys, the Cubs, they still haven't traded Wilson Contreras or Ian Happ. So there's still an implication that those guys could be traded. Dumbo and Familia for a legit starter. Do it, Dombrowski. Welcome to the chat, Sean. Welcome to the chat. Mark Feinsand, I guess. Is he a Yankees reporter? He's an MLB.com reporter. Okay. With Juan Soto seemingly headed to the San Diego Padres, the Dodgers are looking at Ian Happ and David Robertson of the Cubs. Per sources, plenty of competition for the both players. However, the Mets said to be interested in Robertson and Wilson Contreras as well. Interesting. Everyone's doing making memes of Eric Hosmer right now because he held up the deal. What else? Xavier says, MLB Network that said we should try to get Ramon from Oakland. Ramon Laureano, are you talking about? Yeah, Ramon Laureano from the Oakland Athletics. He's basically the same situation. He can't hit. Even though this year for Oakland, he's batting .226. OPS plus of 107, so that's solid. He's 11 home runs, 23 RBIs. It'd be a solid move, but what's Oakland asking for him? That's the question mark. That is the major question mark there. He's 28 years old. Does he have any term left on his contract? Contract for that. He has 2 years of arbitration left, so he would, and he has a very cheap contract too. That could intrigue the Phillies. That definitely could. Everyone keeps doing the meme when the Nationals said that beating Philadelphia isn't as hard as it seems, and now someone made the joke that beating our own fans isn't hard. Man, and that ever since the Nationals posted that about the Phillies, it's been downhill ever since. My God. Yeah. If we want to talk about what the Cardinals, because they were also in on the Juan Soto news, this is from John Morosi like an hour ago. The St. Louis Cardinals have yet to include Dylan Carlson in a multiplayer offer for Juan Soto. Unless that changes in the hours ahead, Soto is likely to become a Padre or a Dodger. I still can't believe that the Cardinals were that afraid to trade Dylan Carlson to acquire Juan Soto. Let that sink in. Just let that sink in. Yes, we did get Freddie Galvis at the trade deadline last year. We did. And Andrew Salanchunas just said, refusing to trade a career 253 hitter in Dylan Carlson and not land Juan Soto is one of the worst decisions in sports history. Carlson has 25 career home runs. Soto has 21 this season in a down year. Yeah, but the Cardinals effed up big time. I don't know why they were that afraid to trade Dylan Carlson. I don't know why they were that afraid. Like, he better have an MVP year next year for them to prove everyone wrong. Like, seriously, Dylan Carlson is holding back the Cardinals from trading for Juan Soto. That's a joke. That's an absolute joke. And if I were a Cardinals fan, I'd be pissed. I'd be very pissed because you had a chance to get Juan Soto and you were afraid to trade Dylan Carlson. That is honestly sad. That is very sad. But hey, as a Phillies fan, who knows? Yeah, Mike Missinelli just posted Soto not going to the Cardinals could cook them and make it easy for the Phillies to land the last wild card spot. Oh, definitely. This is from Alex Coffey. There are some tweets floating around suggesting that Mickey Moniak has been traded. Sources say he hasn't been traded. He is with the Phillies on the taxi squad for the 2-game series in Atlanta en route now. Yeah, basically. Okay, so he's not being traded. So if he's en route to Atlanta, so does that mean someone else is getting traded, though? That's the question mark. If Mickey Moniak has to be called up, someone else is getting moved. Because why would they call up Moniak if no one else was getting moved? That just doesn't, like, why would you call up Moniak if you... I honestly forgot they're still doing taxi squads this year. But still, like, if you're thinking about it, if Moniak's getting called up, someone's getting moved. Because why would they need to call him up? I know Segura is not being called up yet. He's still playing in Lehigh Valley, I think, for the game tonight. He probably could return to the Phillies this week, I would assume. So someone else has to be moved at this point. Why do the Phillies always wait to the last minute to make a trade and they move in silence? It's kind of annoying. I think that's just how Dave Dombrowski operates. He's like, if you think about like hockey and stuff like that, Lou Lamoriello from the New York Islanders, literally, you cannot find any type of leaks or rumors about the Islanders and their moves. You cannot. Like, literally, you'll only find about a move that happens when it actually happens. Maybe Dave Dombrowski is a similar way. He does everything in silence. And right now, basically what he stated like a week and a half ago, like the market right now is just, the market's so bad to where teams are asking for top prospects for fifth, fourth type of starters. That's how bad the market is this year. So it's understandable why they're waiting until the last minute to probably bring the prices down. And it's kind of dumb because, too, I know we were talking about Merrill Kelly like so many times, like over the past couple of episodes. The Arizona Diamondbacks aren't trading him, which really just doesn't make sense at all. It just doesn't make sense. I need to find it. Because I remember seeing a tweet earlier about it. Maybe if I look it on Twitter, maybe that'll help. Merrill Kelly. If I go to Merrill Kelly. Here we go. From John Heyman 3 hours ago. D-backs have determined Zack Gallen and Merrill Kelly aren't going anywhere. They got in a few nibbles on the October stalwart Mad Bum, but nothing serious yet. That's so stupid. That is so stupid that the Diamondbacks are not trading a Merrill Kelly. It just doesn't make sense. It just does not make sense. Did not. Would you rather have Syndergaard or Eovaldi? In terms of what the Phillies want, they want a guy that can start a postseason game. I'd prefer Eovaldi because he has the postseason experience. In my, I know Syndergaard does have it with the Mets from like earlier part in his career, but I would prefer Eovaldi in my honest opinion, just because of the recent postseason experience. Like he pitched in the wild card game last year against the Yankees, and he was dominant. Remember the 2018 World Series in that Game 3 or something like that, where he pitched like a full game in extra innings? Even though he did allow the walk-off to Max Muncy, he still threw like 90-something pitches in extras. He basically pitched a full game at that point. So I'd rather have Eovaldi for that reason. I know his velocity is down this year, but I do believe Eovaldi does have a year of control left on his contract too. So like right now we are waiting in silence at this point. Yeah, honestly, if Moniak's getting called up, if the Phillies are making a trade, like say if they are trading for a Noah Syndergaard and a Brandon Marsh, does that mean Odubel Herrera gets sent back to Anaheim, or does he get DFA'd? Maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Mickey Moniak's even being called up, because they need a backup outfielder. That could be a reason. That could be a reason whatsoever. Even though there's like no full announcement on Odubel Herrera, that's something that I can only think of, because what other outfielders do they have right now? It's really only Matt Vierling and Odubel Herrera. And now if they're calling up Moniak, it's not Matt Vierling that's going anywhere. It's most likely you would think Odubel at that point. That's what I would think. Jeez, Phillies fans are getting really impatient, though. Dave Dombrowski's going to make a trade. He's going to make a trade. Would you rather have Odubel or I'd rather Mickey Moniak any day of the week. Any day of the week. Anything over Odubel Herrera. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Moniak either, I think it's an easy option to take Mickey Moniak over an Odubel Herrera, in my honest opinion. The only bad side about Mickey Moniak, his numbers are great in AAA. He can't hit major league pitching, though. He just can't. Just can't. Austin Krell just posted on Twitter. Didn't Nolan Arenado run out of Colorado because he didn't believe they were trying to win, and now the Cardinals didn't include Carlson in the Soto deal and lost out to the Padres? Wonder how Adam Hazley is doing. He's on the Chicago White Sox. I'm not even sure if he's on their major league roster anymore. I'm not even sure. Let me see. Hazley. I know he's on the White Sox. Is he in minor leagues this year? Yeah, he only played 11 games for the White Sox this year. So is he in the minor leagues? I wonder. Or did he get released? That's college. Michael A. Taylor, Eovaldi, and another bullpen arm. I think they might be done with the bullpen. I feel like the bullpen's set, because the bullpen actually has been really good. Like, if they do surprise us with a bullpen move, I wouldn't be surprised. It'd probably just be a depth move for the bullpen. But you are getting Coonrod back, which will make the bullpen better. Most likely, if you bring Coonrod back from his rehab stint, maybe that'll put Familia out of bounds. Hopefully. Because he's just not a major league player anymore. It's simple as that. Here we go. This is from Mark Feisand. Eric Hosmer rejected the trade to the Washington Nationals and will not be part of the Juan Soto deal, per source. Now the Padres have less than 5 hours to figure out what to do with Hosmer, who was owed $39 million from 2023 to 2025. If we get Eovaldi, we most likely get Jackie Bradley. That's something I can expect as well. It's basically the same thing as like if you're trading for Syndergaard, you most likely are going to get a Brandon Marsh back in the deal. But from everything that I'm seeing, like the Phillies are more in on Mahle or Mayhill and Syndergaard. From what we're seeing right now from the like the main guys, that's basically from John Hammond at this point. John Morosi did also post something as well, but Really, those are really the only Phillies rumors that we've seen so far. So right now, Dave Dombrowski is working in the dark and he's being quiet. Basically, just gotta wait and see. Just gotta wait and see. Wonder, should we do something? Maybe add some. Hey, you could also add music here to StreamYard. To the stream, maybe just add some music here just to make the go here. Just go to YouTube. Let's see. Just add something here. Maybe I can copy that. Copy the link. Can I actually download? Okay. Let me just go to let's see, YouTube MP4 or 3. I spelled that. No, I did not. Come on. Gallo makes no sense at all. He did not. Yeah, I would not trade for Joey Gallo. I would not. What else? Yeah, Syndergaard wouldn't be a bad option. He wouldn't. I know a lot of people are afraid of getting Syndergaard, but maybe the Phillies. I know he's making like 20-something million on a 1-year deal, but maybe if the Phillies eat that entire contract, they can get the Brandon Marsh. Maybe that's what they're trying to do here. Let's see. I download that? I can. Nice. Oh boy, we got the spam bots in here. Let me put that. Let me block that user so we don't see it. Oh my god! Stop with the spam. Okay, let me try bringing this into the stream. Let's try doing this. Add music. Downloads. What? I can't bring this download in here. Let me see. Downloads. Oh, it's too big. Okay, that makes sense. This file size is 200. Wow. That's kind of a ripoff. Okay, let me find more. I'll find a short one, I guess. How else can I add music? It's kind of dumb that you can only do short ones. Let me see. An hour, so that would be too long. I guess I can't bring in anything right here. Yeah, probably not. That's why I hate copyright shit. Bots have been going crazy these past days. If Dombrowski does not make a move, it may not be the worst thing. It's truly a buyer beware. Oh yeah, definitely. Eric declined the trade. Oh yeah, we all knew Eric Hosmer was declining that trade. What else? Is there anything else that's really popping up here? Really not. Yeah, I think Sean right now, from what I'm just seeing, it's mainly a Tyler Mahle or a Noah Syndergaard. I know there's those weird Carlos Rodon rumors out there, which I'm taking with the biggest grain of salt in the possible world. So yeah. Here we go. This is from John Heyman. Hosmer has declined to go to the Nationals in the Soto deal as his contractual right. The deal is happening, so Soto is going to be a San Diego Padre, which we all knew. Oh, here we go. So there's more here. Okay. This is from Jim Bowden. Here are possible next dominoes expected to fall. Wilson Contreras with the Rays, Mets and Guardians in the hunt. Ian Happ with the Blue Jays, Dodgers are also mentioned. Mahle / Syndergaard with the Phillies, Twins are also involved. Pablo Lopez with Dodgers, Cardinals, or Twins. JD Martinez and Dom Smith, a possible match. Bullpen and Toronto. So it's interesting. Eovaldi and Jackie Bradley, that could be an option. Dave Dombrowski does have those connections. I feel like the Phillies are going to get somebody random. But right here, right, they're more connected to Mahle and Syndergaard. So we're basically just waiting and seeing what happens. I feel like Dave Dombrowski is more pushing towards Mahle just because of the contract that he has, because he does have the extra year, and he is preferring, guys with term more than just a rental. So we're basically just waiting and seeing until what happens at this point. Kind of hope it doesn't go down till 5:59, which it most likely will be. But right now it's 1:32. Who knows? The Phillies made a trade like what was it, like last year, like 2-3 hours left until the deadline. Well, we're in wait and see process at this point. Whole wait and see process. So let's see. Maybe I could bring up the trade tracker here if there's anything else here. Try this. Share screen. What outfielder can the Reds give us? Probably none. Probably none. You would probably have to make a separate trade. Joel Farabee says I would rather much have Marsh, rather watch Odubel hit every night than Jackie Bradley Jr. That's the decision you're going to have to make. That's what Dave Dombrowski's decision is for. So we're all in the waiting stage. That's what we're doing right now. Let me share my tab right here. So basically, let me bring the Twitter up, basically, just so you guys can see what I'm seeing here. So let me share the screen. Chrome tab. Let me go to Twitter. And there we go. So basically, let's do this. Can that work? Maybe. What is Jackie Bradley Jr.'s batting average? Let me look. Bradley Jr. I feel like it's bad this year. He's batting .210. He is batting .210 this year with 3 home runs, 321 slugging, a 257 on base percentage, and a 578 OPS. His OPS plus is 59, which is terrible. So yeah, Jackie Bradley is not a good hitter. Looking at his past couple of seasons, last year he batted 163 with Milwaukee. What else? In 2020, he batted 283, which is his best hitting season overall. 2019, he batted 225, but he had 21 home runs. 2018, he batted 234, 245 in 2017, 267 in 2016, which was his overall best season, I would say. 26 home runs, 87 RBIs. So yeah, he's not a good hitter. Basically sums it up right there. So if we're just looking at the rest of the trade market right here, I'm really not seeing anything else. Now we got Gene Segura highlights right here. Let's look at that. He got a single with the bases loaded. That's nice.
And now sliding in on over to third is going to be
That's a nice for good old Gene Segura.
That's textbook Gene Segura right there.
Yep, that's good to see that. And we got the John Heyman post right here for the Juan Soto Eric Hosmer thing. Is Lorenzo Cain still a free agent? I think he's just not playing anymore. I feel like he's not. I feel like the Phillies want to go after him. Yeah, you get the Jim Bowden tweet right here with the Mahle and the Syndergaard with the Phillies right here. So basically, we're just in that wait and see type of process. 97.5 the Fanatic. Low-key thought he was going to trade for Thor last night, so start tonight. Right now, Dave Dombrowski's playing chess, and we're just waiting to see what the move is. I didn't think anything was going to happen last night, so we're just going to wait and see. What is this? Talking about freaking John Kruk. What else? Juan Soto. I don't think there's really much going on right here. More tweets re up. There we go. Here in the Jays, players are disappointed to see them not doing anything yet, and probably seeing the first place Yankees get better. Still 4.5 hours to go, and they are working on pitching, maybe a lefty bat. Interesting. Definitely interesting right there. Yeah, it's right here. Right here, Xavier. Let's see. Anything else? Nope. Yeah. Sometimes my Twitter feed is like overloaded with people just complaining about the Flyers. Like, seriously, I've given the Flyers no thought. And it's honestly been better for my sanity. It really has been. I don't know how people can just focus on the Flyers and tweet them about them every day. What about Bumgarner from Arizona? I feel like he's kind of washed. Look at Madison Bumgarner this year with the Diamondbacks. He's having a solid season. 6-10 with a 3.83 ERA. It's basically the same thing as Syndergaard. 21 games started, so it's more. 110 innings, 78 strikeouts, 1.36 ERA. What's his FIP? FIP is worse than his ERA, though. So, interesting. Got stuff from Jeff. Here we go. Toronto Blue Jays are finalizing a deal with the Miami Marlins. Sources tell ESPN shortstop Jordan Groshans is going to Miami. Zack Pop and the others are going to Toronto. Interesting. Pablo Lopez is not in the deal. Interesting. That is interesting. Thank God I have my tweet notifications for Jeff Passan. It is a very interesting move. Yeah, Bumgarner is a winner, but the past couple of seasons he's been hasn't been Mad Bum. Has not been Mad Bum at all. Yeah, his FIP is worse than his ERA. That's not good. I know he's playing for a worse team in Arizona, but that's not really. Strikeouts are down this year, allowing a lot more hits. Home run rate is about the same. The walk rate is about the same. But overall, he's just not. He's not the same Mad Bum anymore. He just isn't. Who is Zack Pop? Honestly, let me look that up because I honestly have no idea who he is either. Zack Pop. He is a pitcher. He is looks like a bullpen guy for the Blue Jays. He's 2-0 this year with the Miami Marlins in the bullpen. 18 games this year. 3.60 ERA. A whip of 1.25. 14 strikeouts in 20 innings. It's okay. His FIP is good. FIP is lower than his ERA, which is really good. His hits per 9 are up, though. Strikes out per 9 are down. Little off topic. Well, what are the highest chances Phillies make the second round or Flyers get Bedard? Phillies win the wild card series, I'll say. I feel like that's higher chances because the NHL draft lottery is just so random to where you have better odds of moving down than actually winning something. So that's what I would say. Anthony Bass, Zack Pop in smaller pieces for the top 100 prospect. Let me see. Anthony Bass, what's he doing this year for the Marlins? He's another bullpen guy. So, okay, Anthony Bass, he's one of their better bullpen arms. So he's 2-3 on the year with a 1.41 ERA, 45 games started, 44 innings pitched, 45 strikeouts, and a whip of 9.94. Yeah, he's been elite this year for the Marlins. So the Blue Jays got a good arm. He pitched for the Blue Jays in 2020. That's actually pretty funny. But yeah, Blue Jays got a good guy. What's his FIP? FIP is a little worse than his ERA, but I guess that's from the Blue Jays just being bad defensively. Okay. The main player going back to Toronto is Anthony Bass, who has been dominant this year. Blue Jays have been looking for help in it. And in a Bass, they're getting a late inning compliment to Yimi Garcia, Adam Simber, and Jordan Romano. Makes sense. Definitely does make sense. I think there were rumors about the Phillies being in on Bass too. But I think they're just prioritizing starting pitching at this point, which makes sense because the bullpen over the past month has been one of the best bullpens in baseball. So, or at least a top 10 bullpen. So they really don't need to make any major moves in that aspect because Serafini Dominguez and Brad Hand have been your back end guys. Corey Knebel has been a lot better as a 7th, 8th inning guy. Jose Alvarado, surprisingly, has been a lot better. Connor Brogdon has been really good. Nick Nelson has been a very solid long relief type of guy. You're going to get Sam Coonrod back eventually. I'm trying to think about it. Mark Appel is actually a really solid option in the bullpen too. So you have options in that bullpen. Andrew Bellotti has been solid this year. What else? Let's see. Expectation is the Padres will look to trade Hosmer to one of the 19 teams that is not on his no-trade list. There has been some interest over the last couple of years from the Cubs and the Rangers. So that's interesting. Send that to my guys. So I wonder what happens with Eric Hosmer. That's going to be interesting. Imagine if he gets traded to the freaking Cubs. I can understand not going to the Nationals, but you want to go to the Cubs. It just doesn't make sense. This is from Crossing Broad. Let's see. Let's see. This is not something. Let's see. Anything else from Twitter right here? Oh, yeah, the Eric Hosmer thing. Is it really the only rumors we've seen on the Phillies are Anthony Bass and Nola Syndergaard. Like I said, I think Dave Dombrowski's just keeping things airtight until something actually happens. Because I feel like last year too, there weren't really many rumors of what the Phillies were going to be doing at the trade deadline. Then boom, you got Kyle Gibson and Ian Kennedy. Yeah, and then Ken Rosenthal just posted it here. Trying to see if there's anything else poking up right here. Yeah, and I feel like the Phillies just never leak anything. That's probably one of the things too. The Phillies do keep their rumors airtight. I know, you have, during free agency and all that stuff with John Heyman always posting Phillies are always in on the top free agents at that point. But I feel like John Middleton probably has John Heyman in his back pocket, especially with all the Boris clients that are signed with the Phillies. What have the Giants done? They've done nothing. They've done absolutely nothing this trade deadline. They're saying everyone is available besides Logan Webb, though. So they're open to trading stuff. So who knows? Who knows what happened? Because we're still 4 hours away from the deadline at this point, ending. So there's still time for a lot of other trades to go down. Like, yeah, if you look at like they're even saying like they're open to, they're trading basically open to trading everyone besides Logan Webb. If we look at Carlos Rodon, just to look at it this year, he's been dominant. 9-6, 3-year exact 3-year rate, 21 games started, 158 strikeouts in 123 innings, a WHIP of 1.073. This year he's been really good. FIP is really good, even better than his ERA. His FIP is at a 2.29. He's been really good this year. If the Phillies were somehow to manage to get that done, I would love it. I would love it, but I'm not expecting that. I feel like that's like the pipe dream at this point for who knows how much the Giants even want back for him. Like even my guys in my Discord chat that are talking about the Phillies not even like talking about like the Phillies never leak anything, like they're saying right here. When they went to sign Andrew McCutchen, there was literally nothing about it, then boom, they signed Andrew McCutchen. But there's still, like I said, there's a lot more time for things to happen. A lot more times. What else? Yeah, really like no trades. Well, besides the Toronto Blue Jays trade right here, it took almost 2 hours for another trade to happen just because I feel like everyone was just waiting for that Juan Soto stuff to go through. Yeah, anything else on Twitter in regards to the trade deadline right here? And it's funny too because there was also reports from the Angels possibly okay, we're not going to trade him anymore. So I have no idea what the Angels are doing at this point. I really don't know. Yeah, I see YouTubers right now posting about the Juan Soto deal and everything right here. Yeah, everyone's gonna be freaking out at this point. Let's see. Marlins getting shortstop Jordan Groshans, the 12th overall pick in the 2018 draft. He is batting .250, 348 on base, and a 296 slugging at AAA this season. It's not that good. That's not good. Slug. It looks like more of a on-base guy than a slugger at that point. What about Boston? What are they doing? They're open to trading anyone too. They traded Christian Vasquez to the Mets. Or actually, no, Christian Vasquez was traded to the Astros, I believe. Yeah. Christian Vasquez for Wilyer Abreu and Emmanuel Valdez. So, yeah. Boston's open to trading anyone. They traded for Tommy Pham for future considerations, but Boston really isn't going to be going anywhere, especially with the stacked NL East. Not AL East, I mean. Comments. Yes, he sucks. Eric Hosmer showing up to the Padres clubhouse.
What are you doing here?
What? I work here.
Jesus Christ. That's about the Fanatic. I might as well put that on television to watch good old Hunter Brody on the best show ever. Why not? Put that on the television. What else? Nationals not named Juan Soto or Josh Bell have hit 45 home runs and 2,998 plate appearances this season. Yeesh. Whew. That is not good. It shows you how bad the Nationals are. Come on, we need more. We need more in baseball. Come on, make some trades. Specifically the Phillies. I would like to see them trades, even though I'm not impatient right now. Kind of am impatient because I want something to talk about else in regards to the Phillies. Because we got the Juan Soto thing to basically start off this entire thing. So if I even go to the yeah, Hunter went from YouTube to TV. Yeah, I'm proud of him. BrodesMedia has been booming. So yeah. Let's see. Is there anything else? Let me just go. I want to look at the Padres again. So if I just go to ESPN, see if their lineup's actually set for today. Go to San Diego. I feel like they're okay. Here we go. Lineups are set. So yeah, of course Hosmer isn't playing today. So their lineup right now is Profar, Machado in the 2-hole, Cronenworth at third, Luke Voigt in the cleanup, Will Myers DHing, Marazzo right field, Kim batting 7th at shortstop, Austin Nola, then Trent Grisham. So trying to see, I would assume Juan Soto is going to be batting either second, third, or fourth. That's what I would assume at this point. They're definitely going to have to do some lineup shuffling. And then when Tatis comes back, because that's going to be very soon, that's going to be a very deadly lineup. Lineup of freaking Fernando Tatis Jr., Manny Machado, and Juan Soto for the next 2 seasons. Because Juan Soto still has 2 years left on his contract before he eventually becomes a free agent. So the Padres got a good thing for the next couple of years. Good thing for the next couple of years. Anything new on the trade rumor? The picture of Woj. This is the true Woj bomb right here, showing Jeff Passan with a Mountain Dew on the computer. Trying to see. I don't think there's anything else right now. So I'm trying to see the rest of the Phillies schedule. Playing the Braves tonight. Strider on the mound. You played him last week in Philadelphia, and he dominated you. So hopefully you can go out there and have a better performance. Pitch 6 innings, 6 strikeouts, 3 hits. So, yeah. I feel like the Phillies are definitely going to want a better performance against Spencer Strider. Have the Phillies even put out their lineup yet? Let me turn off my Do Not Disturb. Getting these weird-ass text messages. Let's see. I don't know what that is, so let me... Let's see. I don't think anything else has happened so far. So that's something right there. Tweets. Come on, tweets. Anything good? This person's saying they're kind of relieved they didn't trade Walker, Gorman, Carlson. If you're getting Juan Soto, that shouldn't be an option. You shouldn't be fine with not getting rid of those guys. Come on. How are you okay with that? Don't understand. How are any Cardinals fans okay with losing out on Juan Soto because you didn't want to trade Dylan Carlson? It just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. Doesn't at all. Rodney McLeod on the Indianapolis Colts. LB now. Come on, we need some juicy, spicy trades to happen. Come on, boys. Come on, Dave Dombrowski. We need some juicy things to talk about here. And it just MLB in general. We need more trades. Because eventually the Cubs, hopefully, they trade Wilson Contreras and Ian Happ. So that's something to talk about. Hopefully it's not to the Mets, but let's see. And let me just change the screen right here. Let's just see if we get anything else. And here we go. There's something right here from Joel Sherman. When was this posted? 2 minutes ago. Further complicating trades. JD Martinez is owed roughly $6.9 million the rest of the year. Syndergaard $7.8 million. Rodon owed $7.8, but already has a triggered opt-out for 2023. And if he doesn't opt out, means he is likely hurt, and acquiring a team would have a 22.5 prize for okay. Rodon is a great pitcher, but the contract feature may be seen as something as a poison pill by some teams interested. Interesting. Maybe some teams don't want to trade for Rodon. I know there were a lot of people in the free agency this year that had signed opt-outs in their contracts, so it's interesting. Do you want Soto or Harper? Is that what you're trying to say, Constantine? Soto or Harper? I mean, right now, I do Bryce Harper just because we have Bryce Harper. The Phillies weren't going to be able to get Juan Soto regardless. Bryce Harper, 2-time MVP. He was putting up MVP numbers this year. I'm fine with Bryce Harper. Hmm. Who's this? It's Marcus Hayes. I don't believe anything Marcus Hayes posts. If it's Marcus Hayes, he has no... Marcus Hayes should not be allowed to report on anything. Dude is such a pessimist for everything regardless. Such an old school head. Even the Sixers sakes too. Like, come on. Like, it's good to be relevant. It's good to have hope, but it's bad to believe the Phillies have a real chance to do any damage in the postseason. Wait, I need to read this. Screw you, Philadelphia Inquirer, and requiring a goddamn subscription to read your goddamn articles. Even though it's a Marcus Hayes article. It isn't worth my time. It just isn't. Because I see a tweet right here retweeting it from a key point in the article is trading Spencer Howard last year. Howard had an ERA of near 6 and averages less than 5 innings per starts. As a Ranger, Spencer Howard is 2-5 with an ERA of 7.49. He's posted a negative WAR. Gibson's mediocre, sure, but Spencer Howard is... If one of your major points in a goddamn article is saying, oh, you traded Spencer Howard. Spencer Howard sucks. Spencer Howard is terrible. The dude ran up the first baseline and got gassed. He was throwing 97, 98 miles an hour. Then one inning, he ran up the first baseline and his velocity dipped like 4 or 5 miles an hour. Like, seriously. And how many games has he played with the Rangers this year? He's played in 8 games this year with the Texas Rangers. His ERA is 5.93, a 2-2 record. His FIP is even worse, 6.87. A whip of 1.58. Strikeouts are down, allowing more home runs, walking more guys, hits. The dude sucks. If your argument is based around trading a Spencer Howard, you have no room to talk about baseball. You just don't. Sorry, not sorry, Marcus Hayes. You just don't deserve it. I don't know what this. They're talking about MLB The Show, July Player of the Month. And we're talking about Player of the Month for July. It's most likely going to be Austin Riley in the National League. That's what basically I'm assuming at this point. Butch Jones says Mahle yes, Syndergaard no. I'd be fine with either. I understand the concerns about Syndergaard though. I do. I definitely do. Mahle would definitely be my preferred choice out of the two, but I would be fine with getting a Syndergaard. It's not the worst thing in the world. That just shows you how bad the market is this year. Like you basically have to go out there and get a starter regardless, because you can't go every 5th day with a Bailey Falter game. You just can't do that. Oh boy, Ruben Amara's gonna be talking about trade deadline on MLB Network soon. Oh boy. Don't involve him in the trade talks though, because he will just blow up your entire prospect system. Talking about MLB The Show, Alec Boehm definitely deserves a one of the Player of the Month cards. Hmm. Hey, there's nothing right now. I'll change this a little bit. Like seriously, I'm just like still. His point, one of his points are trading Spencer Howard. Like, I don't understand that. Like, how do you make an argument around trading Spencer Howard? I just don't. I trade Spencer Howard any day of the week. I'll trade him for a bag of chips. That's how bad he was. That's how bad he was. Yeah, are the Phillies responsible for maybe like making him worse? Yeah, definitely there's responsibility in that, but he didn't make himself better. Like seriously, the dude runs up the first baseline and loses 4 miles an hour on his fastball. Fox Sports Nationals notable departures since the end of 2018. Bryce Harper, who signed with the Phillies. Anthony Rendon, after the World Series, signed with the Los Angeles Angels. Max Scherzer and Trey Turner, who got traded at last year's deadline to the Los Angeles Dodgers. And the Juan Soto, who just got traded to the Padres. The Padres are going all in. Phillies better do something quick. They're going to make a trade. They're going to make a trade. Don't worry about it, man. It's just that we're not seeing many rumors on the Phillies because they just keep things quiet. That's probably how Dave Dombrowski works. A lot of things are kept quiet. Like I said many times last season, the Phillies were like 2-3 hours left in the deadline, and that's when eventually they got the Kyle Gibson trade done. So Dave Dombrowski's working the phones. I guarantee you, he's playing chess. He's trying to get prices down, and then eventually a trade will happen. The pitchers that are out there that the Phillies are interested in are still out there. So something's going to happen eventually. Would you trade Didi? There definitely is some like weird things going on because they did trade for Sosa. Gene Segura is eventually going to come back. There's something going on down there because you just can't bench Bryce and Stott. That's just my thing. Yeah, I'm just listening to the 97.5 show right now. What time is it? Yeah, the trade deadline is at 5:59. 5:59.
And that's a fair point. To kind of counter myself a little bit, it would be if under the Mac Pentak era, I was screaming and pissed off that they had no prospects. Now they're finally starting to build some sort of mold, and here I am disappointed that they're maybe not acquiring a Benintendi. Well, I can't have it both ways, so maybe that's another way.
And I think it speaks to a large thing. That's why I'm saying it's from top to bottom. It's going to take years to build. The Braves system, it's not that they spend no money, but they don't spend nearly as much as they do. They don't have to. But they draft better than you. Then they develop the guys better. International signings are better than you. Then they get the guys in, and the parts change. Like last year, their best player was hurt. When they put it their best player was hurt. And they still, because their system from top to bottom is so sound. And Dombrowski hasn't been there today. He doesn't know. To me, that's a yes to figure it out. There is a chance for that. Right, and that's not good. But the top to bottom thing that I'm concerned about, though, just these organizations are better organizations. I just think their plans are better. Because that can change. For Brady, swap out Freddie Freeman's born and bring in another guy who's going to bet because of their organization is so good. The Yankees just traded 4 prospects in the top 21 and still have enough ammo if need be to go get more or to supplement their team. Somebody gets hurt. The Yankees got to AAA. Or double A. The Phillies don't look at the pitches tonight. 2 game series in this Braves game. And they'll hold it. Why? They don't have should not be a bullpen maybe on. This should not be. This should not be. Because other teams, and I know they have guys in IA on the Lakewood right now that maybe a year or 18 months from now, this isn't an issue. You need to start to bring one of those guys up. But we're not there. And who knows? What can happen to you now and maybe make it. You know that as well as anything. Like they get scared about where the Phillies are. Obviously, they have 3 really good pitchers, 4 really good pitchers down the line. Okay, let's say 2 of them stay on base. Now, where is Nola going to be at that point? Where is Wheeler going to be at that point? Now, are you just replacing those guys? But you got that time period. That to me is right. And that's where it kind of feels like I'm reflecting. Like I feel like when you look at the Braves, the Padres, those new ownership group, and they changed everything. In fact, when they got Machado, they decided we're going to do different. And they were no one ever thought their guys would remain the way they're supposed to be. They end up in saying it. They changed their entire organization and they were able to have the prospects to make that move. And that's why sometimes I feel like, wow, I'm still excited about this. I don't want to say it because I still want to make the postseason. I think this team still can. But it just feels to me like you guys can absolutely correct me if I'm wrong. Everybody else is 6-1, 6-2, but they need the music that they make a surprise. Nothing that they surprise. Something we're not expecting to be good. But right now, I'm saying the tears in baseball, you know the Dodgers and the Yankees are low. But am I comfortable with the Padres being a
Yeah, hard so sad.
not just for 1 year as an organization?
Okay. Oh boy. The Phillies have claimed Andrew Vasquez off waivers from the Toronto Blue Jays and optioned him to Lehigh Valley. To make room for Vasquez on the 40-man roster, the Phillies have transferred Zack Eflin to the 60-day. Oops, boy. Yeah, Zack Eflin ain't coming back. We all know that. Let's see, Andrew Vasquez. He's pitched in 9 games this year. He's not good. Let's see. It's just another depth move for AAA and shit like that. I don't see anything else major on that. Yeah, that just basically proves it right there that Zack Eflin is not going to be pitching the rest of the season. Yeah, I just saw that. It's a depth move, but his numbers are not that good. Yeah, Eflin being moved to the 60-day basically means they are going to have to trade for a starter. Watching Hunter, yeah, I'm also watching it on the TV as well. Oh, yeah, of course they're going to be mad the Phillies aren't making any moves. Yeah, I think they're kind of being a little overreactive with the trade deadline. That's just my honest opinion. They're just kind of, well, granted, you're on a radio show and you're going to be making a lot of hot takes. How about Didi for Joey Gallo? Yeah. I know Joey Gallo is a good defender for the outfield. It's the bat. I just feel like Joey Gallo this year is extremely terrible hitting wise. I feel like that wouldn't be a good fit for the Phillies. I know he's a good outfielder, but overall, it's just I wouldn't make that move. How many more years left does Gallo even have on his contract? He signed a 1-year contract with the Yankees, so he has 1 more year left on the contract. So it wouldn't be a major hindrance. Don't understand why people want Gallo. He sucks. We have no room for him, and he strikes out at everything. Yeah, they're not going to go after Joey Gallo. If they're making a trade for an outfielder, I think they're going to make a trade with the pitcher that they get. Because, like I said, there's been a lot of talk about if they do get a Noah Syndergaard, they'll get a Brandon Marsh possibly in return. That's what I've seen, at least. And yeah, Brandon Marsh also isn't a good hitter, but I think overall it'd be better than Joey Gallo. But also, this just proves that Zack Eflin is not pitching the rest of the season. That just proves it, basically, at that point, him being put on the 60-day IL. I know Todd Zalecki just said that the earliest Eflin can rejoin the Phillies is August 25th. He's not pitching the rest of the season. He's not pitching the rest of the season. I know Phillies fans right now are really impatient at this point. Like, they're all acting like, oh, this is the move that they're making at the trade deadline. It's just, yes, Trey Turner can also play center field, and that's something that could happen next year too. You got Gene Segura coming off the books. You got Didi coming off the books. There's contracts coming off of this book. Kyle Gibson's going to be off the books as well. So there are definitely ways that I know John Heyman has posted so many times this year that John Heyman's also posted that Trey Turner most likely will become a free agent this year, and he's going to want to play in the East Coast. And he kept pointing to the Phillies as that team. So you never know. Never know. But yeah, they're saying that the roster stop was open for Vasquez, but I feel like they're putting Zack Eflin on the IL so they can make room for this pitcher that's coming in from whoever they trade from. That's what I'm expecting at this point. There's a freaking picture of Juan Soto trying to shoot pucks on the ice. So we got like at least 4 hours, well, a little under 4 hours until the deadline. There's still time. There definitely is. Yep. Bryce can definitely be a big pitch in to get Trey Turner back on the East Coast. Definitely used to play together. And everything from Heyman said that he wants to play on the East Coast again, so he's definitely not going to the Nationals. I doubt he will go to the Florida Marlins. They could. I know he's from Florida, so that could be an option. Oh, here we go. From Pat Ragazzo, Joey Gallo to the Dodgers. So, Joey Gallo is going to be a Los Angeles Dodger. Interesting. That is interesting. So that's another trade that just happened. Basically, this is just a whole refresh fest at this point. Just trying to get the see if there's any trades other trades that happen. So it's for Beater. Who's Beater? I think. Can't wait to watch Joey Gallo magically hit 320 bombs the rest of the year. That would be funny. That would be funny if that happened. Him and Cody are going to have a ton of strikeouts. Now, just imagine the Yankees and the Dodgers meet in the World Series, and it comes down to Game 7, bottom of the 9th inning, game's tied. Joey Gallo comes up to the plate, and he hits a walk-off home run to win the World Series against the Yankees. That would be funny. That would be funny. Jesus, people are really impatient at this point. I mean, I should just stop complaining about it. You're exactly right, Xavier. Yeah, they are going to strike out a lot. Double-A pitcher Clayton Beater is traded for Joey Gallo. Can you check what center fielder option? Oh, yeah, I can check. Let me go spot check then. Let's see, center fielders. So next year, you got Not many, actually. Not many. Let's just look at outfielders in general, because center fielders has not many options. Let's do it. Aaron Judge, of course. Michael Brantley's one of them, but he's old. Will Myers, AJ Pollock, Joey Gallo's a free agent. Adam Duvall, Kevin Kiermaier, who's injured this year, though. Benintendi's going to be a free agent. Mitch Haniger, David Peralta, Kike Hernandez, Brandon Nimmo, Jock Peterson, Stephen Piscotty, Cole Calhoun, Corey Dickerson. Duvall Herrera is one of them as well, but then you get down the list, really it's just no names at that point. Really not much. If we're looking at the big just names in general, I think Nolan Arenado has a buyout. Yeah, Nolan Arenado has a buyout option this year if he wants to become a free agent. Or an opt-out, I mean. Who is the DH for the Dodgers? That's a good question, actually. Let me go to ESPN. Dodgers. Let's see. Dodgers. Oh, Hosmer to Boston. Whoa. Whew. Look at that. Eric Hosmer getting moved to Boston. Well, honestly, the Dodgers were also in on Ian Happ. Maybe them getting Joey Gallo takes them out on Ian Happ. Happened David the Philly. Oh, happened David Robertson. Maybe. I'm trying to see the Dodgers lineup. Let's see, Giants. Last game, yesterday's game against the Giants, Jake Lamb was their DH. Yeah, Lamb's been their DH the past couple of games. Will Smith's their DH at some points. Am I getting tweet updates? Okay. There we go. Eric Hosmer now being traded to the Boston Red Sox. The Padres are eating most of the salary Hosmer is owed over the next 3 years. Yeah, that's probably why Boston took him. The Hosmer trade is confusing. Yeah, I have no idea what Boston is doing at this point. They trade for Tommy Pham. They traded away Christian Vasquez. I have honestly have no idea what their philosophy is. I just don't know. I really don't know. Really don't know what the philosophy is there. I guess they only took it just because the Padres are eating most of the salary, so the Boston doesn't have to pay him that much. But it's still weird. It's still very weird, in my honest opinion. I'm just waiting for that Phillies move, which is eventually going to happen. Like I said, the names that they're linked to, they're still out there. So I'm sure Dave Dombrowski is getting the job done at least. So we just got to wait. Got to play the good old waiting game at this point. We got a new tweet. Here we go. With Eric Hosmer out of the Juan Soto trade after rejecting the deal to Washington, the Boston Red Sox swooped in and will acquire him from San Diego. The finances are unclear. Padres could pick up a chunk of the money or could send it along with a prospect. And everyone's just already saying that San Diego's going to eat most of the salary. So Padres almost certainly paying a vast majority of the remaining financial obligation to Hosmer, more than $7 million this season, plus $39 million from 23 to 25 in the deal with Boston. Boston was not on the no trade list. Okay. M5 anything. The Phillies are linked to 2 pitchers right now. That's all the rumors we've seen. I think right now Dave Dombrowski is keeping a lot of things quiet. Because that's really how, the trade market was last year for him. Really nothing on the Phillies, then boom, like 2-3 hours left until the deadline. Phillies got Kyle Gibson and Ian Kennedy for Spencer Howard. Then, during the free agency, really the only thing that was leaked from the Phillies was Kyle Schwarber. That was really the only thing that was there. Like, that was leaked before the lockout. And that was really the only thing that the Phillies leaked out. So, Dave Dombrowski, Phillies front office, they usually keep things tight. And nothing really goes out in terms of rumors and leaks. So, right now, from what we're hearing, the pitchers that we're hearing about are Tyler Mahle and Noah Syndergaard. That's what we're hearing right now. There could be something else in the mix, but we have no idea. Dodgers are in agreement to deal out to acquire outfielder Joey Gallo from the New York Yankees. Trade sources say is pending a medical review and should be completed soon. Anything else? Anything else? Yeah, I saw the Braves got Odorizzi. They basically swapped Odorizzi and Will Smith, the Braves and the Astros. So they just swapped bullpen arms. That's what I would assume. Or is Odorizzi a starter for them, actually? Is he a starter for the Astros, or is he out of the bullpen this year? No, he's been a starter for them this year. Okay. So that's another starter for the Braves. So he's 4-3 this year, 3.75 ERA, 12 games started, 60 innings pitched. So I guess he was injured this year, or he was coming off of injury. That's what I'm assuming. 46 strikeouts, a whip of 1.150. It's a solid pickup for the Braves. Didn't have to give up much. They only have to swap Will Smith. And Giles to the Dodgers. Let's see. Well, we need more. We need more. Come on. We need more. Come on. We need 20 times more what is going on right now. The Phillies are the only team in the NL East to not make a trade. This is, I'm telling you, they're going to make a trade. Don't worry about it. And the deal's done for the Dodgers and Joey Gallo. So that's official. Padres were going to pay all of Hosmer's remaining $39 million after this season if it had been traded to the Nash. Now Hosmer goes to the Red Sox, with the Padres picking up a lot of his remaining salary. Toronto got a player named Pop. Pretty cool. Yeah, basically, we're looking at this right here. This was 3 hours ago till the deadline. If we're looking at this from last year, Phillies nearing a deal to acquire Kyle Gibson and Ian Kennedy. This was at 3:04 on July 30th, that trade deadline. That was like 3 hours ago. So you're going to hear something soon, most likely. Gene Segura goes 1 for 4 with a walk, run scored, stolen base, and an RBI in his latest rehab outing. Solid. He's 5 for 26 since beginning his rehab. Hasn't made a ton of good contact. He could probably come back to Philly now, but I don't think another game or two will hurt. Yeah, they're probably going to keep him in Lehigh Valley for maybe a next couple of games. They'll probably bring him up for the National Series.
stunning. Now to year 282.
Stunning is 8 home runs over the season.
Now Bo has more power than he.
His last home run was in May.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. No, maybe he hit one, but when he hit that one, they were.
Watching the show right now, and they're asking when did Castellanos hit his home run, and they have no idea why.
It's not Cincinnati yet. He doesn't seem to care about it unless he does, and it's all the fake energy that he gives.
Baltimore got 4 pitchers for 1 reliever. Yeah, they did. Lopez was really good this year for Baltimore in the bullpen. Yeah, Lopez had an ERA right below 2. So he was dealing this year. He was elite. Come on, we just need some stuff. We need some juicy details. Ugh. Oh, we got some Twitter notifications here. More stuff about Eric Hosmer. Oh yeah, if you're going back to like the 2020 shortened season, the Phillies could have made the playoffs if the bullpen wasn't historically bad. Like seriously, they only needed to go 2-8 in the final 10 games of that year, and they only won 1 game in the final 10 game stretch, and they lost down the last day of the season to the San Francisco Giants, I believe. So, I see the Blue Jays started playing better after they fired their manager, and so did the Phillies. Maybe the White Sox should do the. They're way past due firing Tony La Russa. I have no idea what. It's because the owner is buddy with him. That's the thing. The owner is the only reason why Tony La Russa even got the job, and that's probably why he's not being fired. Yankees trading Joey Gallo, blah, blah, blah. We know that. See. Yeah, Dave Dombrowski's like right now when your prospect system is so top heavy, it's understandable why he doesn't want to trade with any prospects because of what Matt Klentak and Andy McPhail done. Dave Dombrowski was not only to help this team be more competitive, he was brought in to also restructure the entire farm system from the development standpoint and everything, coaching wise and everything. He brought over Mattingly's son from the Yankees to, be the farm system, head guy down there. So he's making those changes. And, you got these starting pitchers that are coming up in the organization. You got the Painters, you got the Abels, you got the Griff McGarrys, you got the Ben Browns that you probably could part ways with. You got Logan O'Hoppe, who's, making some noise, becoming a top 100 prospect. You did you did get Crawford this past draft. Hopefully he can turn into something, your future center fielder. And that's the one downside because, the Yankees can afford to do it every year because they always have a stacked prospect system and they can spend any money they want. I know Cashman was always kind of squandering the trade market and not really making that gigantic move. But this year he's going all for it because the team is playing is the best team in baseball right now. And they're probably going to be the favorites for the World Series. He goes down and get a Frankie Montas. He goes and gets a Andrew Benintendi. He gets Joey Gallo out off the team. The Yankees right now, their World Series are bust. Same thing with the San Diego Padres going out there, getting a Josh Hader and going out there and getting a Juan Soto. Look at what Tim Kelly just said. Let me see. Oh. Ooh. Let me see this. This is from... Oh, here we go. Susan Slusser. She is a San Francisco Giants Chronicle beat writer. It sounds as if the Phillies have interest in Carlos Rodon. And yes, the Giants are pursuing them in the wild card race. Also, the Twins, Cardinals showing interest. Interesting. We got some noise, boys. We got some noise. So the Phillies are interested in Carlos Rodon. But also you got the Cardinals, you got the Twins that are interested on him too. But if you're interested in Carlos Rodon, you go get him. You go get that guy. That is your ideal third starter. That is your third starter that you should get. We probably would. Unless Dave Dombrowski can convince the Giants, do you want to take a Griff McGarry? Do you want to take a Ben Brown? We can give you those guys. That's what playing chess is like. You would have to probably give up someone. But I feel like, let's see. Actually, let me. Let's see. Yeah, Rodon is totally. Yeah, get him. Ben Brown, he is like ranked lower, but Dave Dombrowski said he was one of the guys that he was unwilling to part ways with. So I guess that means he's moving up the Phillies prospect rank quickly. But this stuff is going to go down to the wire. Like, don't worry about that stuff. Yeah, I think Carlos Rodon does have more years in this contract. Let me see, Carlos Rodon. He has an extra year on his contract, but he does have a player opt out after this season. Let me do it. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I am trading Ben Brown for Carlos Rodon. If I have an option to get Carlos Rodon, Ben Brown, you're gone. Griff McGarry, you're gone. Anything. I would maybe not risk to try to trade Painter and Abel just because he only has an extra year left on the contract. But if it's Griff McGarry or Ben Brown, I'm doing that every day of the week. Let's see. I will write a poem about Dave Dombrowski if he lands Rodon. But yeah, if you have the ability, does John Stamos look nice when he wakes up early in the morning? I have no idea. But yeah, I am wholeheartedly getting rid of Griff McGarry or a Ben Brown, and that means I'm getting Carlos Rodon. Add another Royals player to the potential trade list. Brad Keller is drawing interest from other clubs. Who's Brad Keller? Brad Keller. Who is Brad Keller? Rodon and Jock Peterson. You could get a Jock Peterson if you trade for a Rodon. Let's see, Brad Keller. The Royals. This year he's 5-11, 4.18 ERA, 19 games started, 73 strikeouts, 107 innings, 1.3 ERA. His FIP around the same as his ERA. He was good in the 2020 shortened season. Oh boy. Noah Syndergaard just posted something on Twitter. Let me see. Noah Syndergaard is right. What does that mean, Noah? What does that mean? I don't know. Well, so Noah, what does that mean, man? What does that mean, Noah? Well, that probably just probably means he's traded. Who's this? Hector Gomez. What does this mean? I guess he was talking about Padres stuff. Yeah, but this is Rodon stuff. It's getting interesting. It's getting interesting. So now the Phillies, they're tied to Mahle, Syndergaard, and Rodon. What if we get Rodon and Syndergaard and move Ranger back to the bullpen? Honestly, that could be an idea because Ranger has definitely been a wild card this year, but he's been a lot better in his past couple of starts. Ranger would definitely be an upgrade to the bullpen. Would you consider maybe moving Kyle Gibson back to into the bullpen and putting Ranger as the fifth starter, if that were the case? I'd like to see Ranger. That's the question mark, though. I know Ranger's outings have been a lot shorter lately because of the back spasm issue. So maybe that's more enticing to move Ranger back into the long reliever type of role. Maybe. Maybe you could do what the Dodgers did with like a Rhys when they put him basically coming out of the bullpen for those long inning situations. Yeah, I saw Phillies Nation just reportedly interested in it. That's probably from from Tim Kelly. Okay, here we go. Phillies have interest in all-star lefty Carlos Rodon. Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle reports in his first season with the Giants, he is 9-6 with a 3 ERA, a 2.29 WHIP, and a 4.2 FWAR. The 29-year-old signed a 2-year, $44 million deal this past offseason to join the Giants after spending part of 7 seasons with the Chicago White Sox. However, because Rodon has topped 110 innings this season, he can opt out of the $22.5 million salary he is due next season and become a free agent. That's definitely one of the concerns. But say you make the playoffs this year. If the Phillies were to trade for a Rodon and you make the playoffs, maybe you can entice them to re-sign with you and stay with you for that extra year. That's definitely some options there. And if you go after a Carlos Rodon, you have a nice 1-2-3 punch. Zack Wheeler, Aaron Nola, Carlos Rodon for your starting 3. And then your bottom 2, Ranger and Kyle Gibson. At that point, that's solid overall. That's a very solid rotation. Especially with, Zach Eflin most likely not pitching at all the rest of the year. It's a very solid part of the rotation. Dan Roche for NBC Philly says, somehow the Phillies had the player with the highest batting average in MLB in July, Bohm with a 434, and the player with the lowest July batting average, Didi Gregorius with a 116 batting average. Baseball. Yeah, that makes sense. It definitely makes sense. The Dodgers strikeouts just increased picking up Gallo. That guy needs more than a change of scenery. Thank God we didn't pick him up. Yeah, that's what probably I would see happen if, they do go out and get another starter. Gibson's the 4th and Rangers the 5th. That's just what I would assume at that point. But man, if we end up getting I'm not getting my hopes up for Rodon, but if we end up getting Rodon, that 3rd wild card spot, man, looking very enticing. Right now, we just got 3 hours left till the deadline. It's 2:58 at this point, so basically 3 hours. There's going to be some moves. That one report last year that came out around 3, Phillies are interested in Kyle Gibson and Ian Kennedy. Eventually, right before the deadline, they got the trade done. Maybe. Same instance happens here. And this is coming from one of the San Francisco beat writers. And she puts the Phillies as the first team on that post. Probably could mean something. You got Carlos Rodon, man. That is a fantastic pickup. But knowing the Dodgers, they make everyone play better. That would be funny. That would be funny. But you got to think, like, with the season that the Yankees are having, like, why wouldn't you think Joey Gallo would be playing better? So that's like kind of a weird thing right there. Maybe he just can't handle the pressure in New York. Maybe that's one of the things. But yeah. Doing a lot of fun stuff right here. Come on, we need a juicy. That was a juicy rumor right there from the San Francisco Reporter. Need more. I gotta see if Carlos Rodon ends up a Philly. I need to see that right now. Come on. Nothing here. Nothing here. Come on. I want another rumor. I want another one. Maybe not even a second. Maybe not even the third wild card. You think you can get the second? I don't care what the Padres got. So Phillies do with the tiebreaker. Phillies have the tiebreaker with them, the Brewers, and the Cardinals. So the Phillies put themselves in a better position with that. You still control your own destiny. Starts right here with the trade deadline. See what you can get. And then you got a lot of weaker opponents coming up. Got a lot. You took advantage of the Pirates series. Swept those 4 games. You got the Nationals coming up this weekend. You're going to be playing the Reds twice in a week and a half span. 7 games there. Marlins more times. You're going to be playing the Cubs eventually again. I know you got swept by the Cubs, but I'm sure you're going to want revenge at the end of the year, especially with all their trades that they made or going to make. What else? You're going to be playing the Diamondbacks again. You're going to be playing the San Francisco Giants. Even though they're not a bad team, they're not as dominant as they were last year. And should we have expected that from the Giants? Just because they had so many guys on that roster that were playing way above their heads. Like, I know Brandon Belt's a good player, Carl Crawford, but they're up there in age. They weren't going to keep that type of production up. Logan Webb's their best player, same with Carlos Rodon. But a lot of their roster players are guys that, you could say are not everyday starters. Like, you got an older Evan Longoria. So maybe they were due for a regression. And they do have some prospects down there too. They have a good prospect system. I don't think they're gonna be a terrible team eventually. I think they'll be better. But okay, here's the lineup for today. So we got Schwarber. Let me see. Bring this up here. Schwarber leading off. Hoskins, Bohm, JT, Nick Castellanos, Derek Hall, DHing, Stott, second base, Vierling, center field, Didi, shortstop, and Nelson as the opener. Yeah, it's a bullpen game. They announced that like a couple of days ago because Kyle Gibson's on the bereavement list. So he was not. Kyle Gibson was supposed to start tonight, but he got put on the bereavement list because I believe his grandmother passed away. So prayers out to him. So they opted to go with a bullpen game today. They weren't going to go Bailey Falter because it wasn't his night. Here we go. Yeah. I don't know. Like, yeah, they did get Mackenzie Gore back. Mackenzie Gore is a nice pitching prospect for them. Well, even though he was pitching this year, he's a nice pitcher for their future. But I don't know. They only got like 2 top 100 prospects. I don't know, man. You are good, dude. I was watching you when I read the Eagles draft when we got Brown. Oh yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I just saw the Alex Carr post. Hold on. Come on, we're under 3 hours, so 2 hours a little bit over 2 hours at this point. Come on, we need some juicy. We haven't seen any Cubs trades yet with Contreras and Ian Happ. That's probably eventually going to happen unless something just falls through. Same thing with David Robertson. Phillies need to make their move for a pitcher. There's a lot of things that can still happen at this back end of the deadline. Come on, we need something here. Nope, not right now. Nothing's anything now. Really, the last rumor we've heard is Rodon. That's basically it. Was that on MLB Network, I'm assuming, that you're talking about, Xavier? Yeah, 'cause there really hasn't been anything about nothing about Mahle yet at all, basically since this morning when the connection to the Phillies was made by John Heyman. And then, Syndergaard was also connected to the Phillies. I know the Jays were also interested on that part as well. There really hasn't been anything on those specific guys all day besides this morning. And then the Rodon news just popped up. So something interesting right there. Yes, Joey Gallo is a Dodger. Joey Gallo is a Dodger. Okay, MLB Network posted. Okay. Oh, here we go. Where's John Heyman? John Heyman just posted someone. Jays are talking to Angels about Noah Syndergaard and Rafael Iglesias. Philadelphia has also been linked to Noah Syndergaard, though Dombrowski isn't often a buyer of rental players. Yeah. So I wonder if Rodon's the more likely option because he does have the extra year, and also Tyler Mahle has the extra year as well. So I wonder if that's more the road he's going down. Spell right in this chat right here. I know you brought this up earlier, Xavier. I wonder if they do go after Rodon, do they try to go after a Jock Peterson for the outfield? Oh, yeah, so Destiny Lugardo just said John Heyman said on MLB Network that the Blue Jays are the forefront for the Noah Syndergaard trade talks. There we go. John Heyman just said Yankees checked in at some point on Carlos Rodon, but it seems like a long shot. Rodon is clearly out, and there has been links with the Phillies and Twins. There you go. Seriously, at this point, is it going to be Carlos Rodon going to the Phillies? Because we haven't heard anything about Mahle at all since the morning. Jack Fritz says, bring Rodon home. So if you can get Carlos Rodon here and you can convince him to not use his player opt-out and then extend him, I think you have a good point right there. That's a very solid 1-2-3 rotation. Very good. what's going on with there's still reports that he's most likely going to get traded. We just have no idea. There were links to the Dodgers, but now the Dodgers got Joey Gallo, so I would assume they're out on Ian Happ. I'm not sure where he's going to go. Yeah, Jason Stark just posted, okay, here's the big issue with the Carlos Rodon talks. According to multiple teams, he can opt out after this year, so he is a rental ? Or he's owed $22.5 million next year, but why would he opt out unless he's hurt? Some teams have a hard time agreeing with the Giants on his price tag. And then, that could probably also track with the Phillies leaks about, price is not actually equaling what the player value actually is. So, yeah, I just you always write it. Look when I bring it up. Yeah, I'll put it right here on Twitter for you. Actually, let me just refresh the Twitter page so y'all can see it. Yeah, right here. Yeah. Here's the issue. According to multiple teams, he can opt out after this year, or he's owed $22.5 million. But why would he opt out unless he's hurt? Yeah, but if you have the chance to acquire one of the better pitchers in baseball over the last couple of seasons, he was electric last year with the White Sox. He's been even better this year with the Giants. If you have a chance to go out and get one of the best pitchers in baseball, I am willing to do that. I am willing to take that risk. Look at what the Padres did. I know Juan Soto, Carlos Rodon, two completely different tiers of players. But if I have a chance to go out and get one of the better pitchers on the market, I am taking that risk to make your rotation better. I am taking that risk. I would willingly give up a guy like a Griff McGarry, Ben Brown, or Logan O'Hoppe in order to get a Carlos Rodon. I'd be willing to be able to do that. Here we go. Okay, this is from Mark Fiensand. Giants have apparently changed their tune as far as trading Carlos Rodon, but that doesn't mean he'll be moved. The price tag is high per sources, but he's at least on the table. Rodon can opt out at the end of the season, so long as he stays healthy. He's likely a rental. Yeah, at this point, I feel like it's Mahle or Rodon. That's what I feel like is going to happen. Oh, look at this.
0 Giants will be over.
Ooh. The way he was giving those handshakes in his last game could mean that he's not going to be a Giant anymore, and he's expecting it. So you would be willing? Yes, I would overpay for Carlos Rodon. I would. I definitely would. Because even though like these guys like Ben Brown, Griff McGarry, these guys are still like tops of your prospect system, they're still ifs. You're going to get a proven commodity in Rodon. Same thing with O'Hoppe. Those guys are like, they're all what ifs. They're all like, even though like I'm still not willing to move on from a Andrew Painter or a McAbel or McAble. I always mess up his last name. But if you have a chance to go out and get a proven commodity in Carlos Rodon, who has been one of the best pitchers in baseball over the last 2 seasons, I am taking that risk. I am. I know the contract stuff is probably what's holding everything back right now, but I am willing to take that calculated risk. I am. And if you say make the playoffs this year, what if he doesn't opt out and he stays with your team and then you do have the chance to extend him? There you go. That's another guy for your rotation.
Castellanos was an MVP candidate last year.
Chris Bryant has been banged up a lot this year, too.
Forget Chris Bryant. I don't even. You can talk about him all you want, but I don't think. I think the move. I mean, if you had both of them, think about this at the beginning of the year.
I mean, Marshawn could be an option. Definitely could be, but were the Giants interested in him? That's the thing. Why would the Giants be into a catcher? Don't they have Joey Bart, who's one of the top prospects in baseball?
This is what he is. I mean, I don't think. Quite frankly, yeah, he's hitting a lot of home runs, and that is what he is.
He's doing his job.
He is Rock Beard, all those old-time guys that would have made.
That's the thing. I'm still like they have Joey Bart, and Joey Bart's a very young catcher. Here we go. Here we go. Bob Nightingale just posted something on Twitter right here. The asking price for starters Rodon, Tyler Mahle, and Noah Syndergaard remains sky high. Rival team executives say, with some contenders already bowing out of the bidding and staying pat.
I was not at all thinking, Chris Bryant. I thought, because if you remember the talk was pretty much Outfield. I would have taken him as a rental last year during the season. But look at the outfield. You didn't have those. I would take him as a rental last season. He did pretty well when he went to San Francisco. Yeah, I would take him as a rental last season.
Yeah, so what we're looking at right now is that's what Dave Dombrowski was talking about a couple of weeks ago. The trade market was just completely. That's how weak it is this year. Where guys like Tyler Mahle doesn't deserve to have that high price that he's asking for, or that the Reds are asking for. He's like a third, fourth type of starter that doesn't deserve to blow out your prospect system. Same thing with Noah Syndergaard. He's a rental making $20 million. That should not waver. And he's also coming off of an injury from last year. Wait a minute. If the Phillies do nothing, it might lose it. I think they will still get something. I think they will. Mark Feason just said 2.5 hours left until the deadline, and the Cubs still have 2 impending free agents: Wilson Contreras, David Robertson, and 2 players under control through 2023, Ian Happ and Michael Gibbons, all of whom could be traded.
Go deep with BrodesMedia, the best place to bet on every MLB game all season long. Live betting from the first pitch to the final out. Money lines, front lines, totals. However you like to play, BrodesMedia brings the heat. Boost your payouts with parlay boost and cash in on every punch out and big fly. The best place to bet baseball is BrodesMedia. Now you're ready for the king of sports books. Sign up today and your first bet is risk free up to $1,000 with bonus code HOMERUN. Hey Caleb, what's up? How you doing?
Guess what? I just had my 13th surgery.
Bailey, I just had my 17th surgery.
You beat me.
Let's mute the television. Oh, here we go. Jim Salisbury just posted an article. This is from earlier. And here we go. This is from Jim Salisbury, NBC Sports Philadelphia. He just posted this article. Or he reposted this article. While starting pitcher remains the priority for the Phillies at the deadline, they are also interested in upgrading their outfield defense. One player who might make sense for the Phillies is Brandon Marsh of the Los Angeles Angels. Marsh is a strong defender at 3 positions, including center field, where he played extensively in place of the injured Mike Trout last year. Though he has played some center field this season, Marsh has been the Angels' primary left fielder. Marsh is 24, a left-handed hitter who is 5 years from free agency. His hitting just .226 in 93 games this season, has 8 home runs and 37 RBIs. The Phillies have been in contact with the Angels about starting pitcher Noah Syndergaard. It's likely they have discussed Marsh as well, as the Angels are in full sell mode. If the Phillies strike out on adding a starting pitcher, it would make some sense to strengthen their defense as much as possible. They already added defensive first shortstop in Edmundo Sosa with the St. Louis trade over the weekend. Marsh could provide a defensive upgrade in center field, take some pressure off of left fielder Kyle Schwarber and right fielder Nick Castellanos, neither of whom are top defenders. If you do, like I say, if you could find a way to get Rodon and then maybe go out and get a Brandon Marsh, I think that's a successful free agent or trade deadline. But right now, we still got to wait. There's still 2.5 hours left. I think this is going to come down to the wire with these trade talks. Okay, more stuff about Eric Hosmer. I don't know why we're still talking about Eric Hosmer at this point. The trade's already done. We just need some spice right here. Just need some spice. We've seen the Rodon stuff and all that other crap. And it's weird because Jim Salisbury really hasn't been reporting on stuff all year, all day. Oh, Luke Voigt just got traded? Oh, so is that part of the deal? Is Luke Voigt a part of the Soto deal? It's weird. Voigt didn't even last a full year. Yeah, he replaces Hosmer in the trade. Right now, Denise, they're in on Carlos Rodon and Tyler Mahle. That's who they're in on right now. Those guys aren't off the market. So, and they're also in on Brandon Marsh for the outfield. I mean, Carlos Rodon, he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. If you can get a Carlos Rodon, that's a good trade deadline. You got to handle, Denise. The trade market was terrible this year. I know Juan Soto and all that stuff. The Phillies were never going to be on Juan Soto. They just never were going to be. They were never going to be on the Frankie Montas. That was just going to be way too much stuff to give up. But if you can get a Carlos Rodon or a Tyler Mahle, that's a solid trade deadline. Oh, we're getting... Wait. Whoa. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Phillies are getting Brandon Marsh. Looking right here. This is from Robert Murray. He's an MLB insider from Fansided. Sources: the Phillies and Angels are in a trade. Talks on a trade. Outfielder Brandon Marsh has been mentioned in the discussions. What did you miss, man? Phillies are currently in the trade talks to get Brandon Marsh from the Angels. Wait, we traded Logan O'Hoppe? Wait a minute. Wait. Wait a minute. Where are you seeing Logan O'Hoppe? Where are you seeing that at? Oh, why? Why are they trading Logan O'Hoppe? Are they just getting Brandon Marsh or are they getting something else? Because you can't just be trading Brandon Marsh for Logan O'Hoppe or Logan O'Hoppe for Brandon Marsh. That can't just... Okay, right now it's just Brandon Marsh. I'm confused here. I'm really confused. They're not getting Shohei Ohtani. They're not getting Shohei Ohtani. Yeah. Mahle to the Twins? Wait a minute. Where are you seeing that? Where are you seeing Mahle? Yeah, it's shit. Right now, Matt Gelb just said Logan O'Hoppe for Brandon Marsh. Wait, where are you seeing Mahle to the Twins? Here, maybe a Mahle right here. Here we go. Okay, who is this guy? Oh, Cincinnati. Oh, here we go. Told the Reds are in serious discussions with Twins for Tyler Mahle. Let me see, Brandon Marsh. How many years left does he have on his contract?
Brandon Marsh to the Phillies. That's just my son. Say 220. So yeah. So
how about this? They traded Logan O'Hoppe. So someone they claim
was someone that untouchable. So how do you feel about it? Huh? I'm asking you.
I'm a little baffled. I mean, considering he's a 220 hitter, yeah, he's a good outfielder and maybe solve some problems right now, but it's something we've been asking for. Don't worry about the prospects all the time as long as you don't get rid of all of them. We also said,
Oh, what does that mean? Oh, geez, you have a lot of control on Brandon Marsh. You have 6 years of control on Brandon Marsh's contract.
That's it. This is the only move. It's just the center field. We established yesterday that we prefer starting pitcher over the center field. We acknowledge the center field. But then,
I don't think so. Rodon's still out there. That's the thing. If they're backing off of Syndergaard, does that mean they're trying to go after Rodon? That's the other option. The Mets get Darren Ruff. Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense. If you're backing out on Noah Syndergaard in that trade talk with Brandon Marsh, you have to be going after someone else then. That's got to be the case here. I could be blowing fucking smoke here, but JD Davis. Okay, this is from Matt Gilb. The deal is done, by the way. It's straight up. Phillies believe that they have filled their center field hole for the 2022 and beyond. They had discussed Ohapi and other prospect for prospect trades, had also attempted to use Ohapi as a centerpiece for a controllable starting pitcher. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We got another trade here. Phillies have acquired right-hander David Robertson from the Chicago Cubs. So the Phillies got a bullpen guy. We got David Robertson. I wonder. Whoa, what is going on here? Okay. Interesting. $3:45. It's time to shine, apparently. Yep, Phillies acquired David Robertson. We just got to see what they're trading away. Yeah, Robertson's really good. Has been really good this year. David Robertson is a definite upgrade for the bullpen. Welcome back, David Robertson. Welcome back, David Robertson. Yeah, this year, in 36 games for the Cubs, he's 3-0 with a 2.23 ERA. 40 innings pitched, 51 strikeouts, 14 saves, a whip of 1.04. That's a good trade. That's a good trade right there, but we just got to see what they're giving up. Okay, now it's official. Tyler Mahle's going to the Twins. We traded Ben Brown. Here we go. Phillies are acquiring Dalen. Okay. How many? David Robertson. Let me go to Spot Track again. How many years does? Okay, he's a rental. No. Yeah, Ben Brown's going to Chicago in the trade. Well, now getting Robertson, that probably means that now Tyler Mahle's been traded to the Twins. Most likely, if they're trading for Robertson, they got to add him to the 40-man. He's most likely going to be DFA'd Familia. That's what I would assume. Yeah, Minnesota deals are final. There's still time, people. There's still time. I think there's still a chance they get Robertson. Not Robertson. They just got him. I mean, Rodon. I still think there's a chance. I still think there's a chance.
Take the Phillies out of the mix. And I think
somebody had a better process. Okay. So what you're dealing with now is a real center fielder as far as fielding his position. And how much do you trust the bullpen now? Minus the building. I trust the bullpen before it. What I'm saying, even with the building, was just going out there and games that were hopefully on it. What he did. But yeah, you're out. So if a guy gets you 5 innings in a playoff situation, you got 4 arms you can throw at him. You got the ability, like they did in LA, to shorten games. With Madison and Ridge and all those guys, you got the ability to shorten games.
Yeah, but if this is it, it's just Robertson today, along with Walsh. Does that make you
Anybody for Familia, even a bat boy.
missing something? Still, yeah. 6-1-0, 6-2-0, 9-7. All right. So the other side, we'll have the phone call of first. We also have to trade him. I still have to make the first day with ads. We were talking to him at Madness at 4 o'clock here on 97.5.
And this Fanatic Update brought to you by Wawa Siptopia. Welcome back to Wawa Siptopia, your handcrafted beverage happy place. Enjoy smoothies, refreshers, hot and iced lattes. Try the new frozen coffees and frozen refreshers. Gotta have a Wawa. Well, they are coming off
Yeah, acquired David Robertson.
sweep of the Pirates and Bills won 6 of their last 7. They head to Atlanta for an important 2-game series with the Braves begins tonight. Nick Nelson gets the start. First pitch from Atlanta at 7:20. And the trade deadline is 6 o'clock tonight. Finally, a few moves by the Phillies. They're acquiring right-handed pitcher David Robertson from the Cubs.
I think I'm more fine with the Marsh trade than anything right now. Trading Ben Brown to get a 1 year of David Robertson is a little bit skeptical about that, but like I would have tried to put Brown into a deal for, you know, one of the pitchers out there. Yeah, per Bob Nightingale, Phillies have backed off of Syndergaard. No one has said, though, that they've backed off of Rodon, though. I really feel like they're trying to go out hard and get Rodon. You just met O'Hoppe yesterday, Shane. Dang. We still got time though. There's 2 hours, like an hour and 59 minutes, basically left in the deadline. It's funny, that baseball trade values website. It's, you know, the baseball trade values website says it's the deal. They think the Angels overpaid in this deal. So I guess they, by baseball trade values perspective, they think Marsh has a lot of value. That's funny, actually. But that's the thing here, Rattle. O'Hoppe, you still have JT for like another, what, 3-4 years? O'Hoppe is like already 20-something, isn't he? Logan O'Hoppe. Logan O'Hoppe, how old is he? He's 22 years old. He's in AA right now. Probably would have been in AAA next year. Look. I do think they're trying to work something to get Rodon. Because paying a big price for Syndergaard wouldn't have made sense. Let's see. Yeah, Ben Brown. Yeah, okay, the Juan Soto deal is now official. Here we go. This is from Jason Stark, posted at 4 o'clock. So he just posted this. Okay, let's see. Jason Stark, where you at, buddy? Where you at, buddy? There we go. Jason Stark. He just posted this. The Phillies have now added David Robertson and Brandon Marsh, but continue to shop for starting pitchers. Sources say they've talked to the Red Sox about Nathan Eovaldi and Rich Hill, and to the Giants about Carlos Rodon, and they are still in the conversation with Angels on Syndergaard. Interesting. My freaking chat's going up from this Jason Stark post talking about Rich Hill possibly being nicknamed Dick Mountain. Phillies could just get O'Hoppe and get Brett Phillips. Brett Phillips is not good either. Brett Phillips got DFA for a reason. I mean, if you get both Rich Hill and Nathan Eovaldi, I'd be fine with that. You get both of them. Rich Hill could basically just be your another bullpen guy, basically. He wouldn't be a starter. I feel. Okay, now they're just talking about Eagles, so eat that. Yeah, most likely, yeah, this definitely states the end of Odubel Herrera in Philadelphia. That's what I would assume. I would assume he gets DFA'd because they did also, well, I know they called Moniak up, but oh, there we go. Odubel Herrera has been DFA'd. Odubel Herrera has been DFA'd. Yeah. Marsh, I think, is a fine. He's still very young, too. He made his major league debut last year. Why I'm defending the Marsh trade? Look, yes, it stings giving up a prospect. It does. It stings giving up Logan O'Hoppe, but you still have JT Realmuto for another 4 years. He's most likely going to be the starting catcher for all of that. Logan O'Hoppe will be probably 26, 27 by that point. When is he ever going to make his major league debut? And you still have Rafael Marchand as well. I'm just trying to make sense of it. I'm trying to make sense of it. I feel like Logan O'Hoppe was going to be a trade piece regardless. He was going to be a trade piece. They were trying to, do something to probably get a starting pitcher with O'Hoppe. I guess people weren't biting on it. And people are saying that, here we go. Enough of here. Okay. And people are trying to admit that Odubel Herrera is better than Brandon Marshall. Oh my God.
I think the Phillies are doing with these two trades. All right, a quick walkthrough on what I think the Phillies are doing with these two trades. Now, the Phillies make two moves. The first one, Logan O'Hoppe straight up for Brandon Marsh, the center fielder from the Los Angeles Angels. And the second one, Ben Brown goes to Chicago.
Odubel got DFA'd, Butch.
Here's basically what I'm looking at. Logan O'Hoppe and Ben Brown, both 22 years of age, both at AA. Logan O'Hoppe has been as high as AAA. Ben Brown was just promoted to AA a couple days ago. JT Realmuto signed to 2025, right? So Logan O'Hoppe, even if he makes it to the major league level, is going to be blocked for the next 4 seasons or 3 seasons. I don't know what year it is. It's 2022, right? Yeah, the rest of this year and then 2 more after this by JT Realmuto. So you're looking at a guy that doesn't really have that future of being a starter. If the team likes JT Realmuto, and it seems like he's come around, he's been one of the better catchers in baseball over the past month. With the Ben Brown thing, Ben Brown's a guy that was a later round pick, that has great strikeout numbers, but he's still just made it to Double-A. That's long off for a prospect. And you're trading him for a guy like David Robertson, who, while he's old, he's 37. He's a guy that's been resurgent this year. He's been incredible for Chicago. He adds a back-end bullpen need. The thing that you should like about David Robertson is he's not Juris Familia, and that means that Familia will most likely be designated for assignment, or even if he stays with a major league club. All of his innings are going to David Robertson now, who has a sub-1.5 ERA, I believe, or right around there. So, yeah, you're moving prospects. Yeah, you move one of your top guys, Logan O'Hoppe, but it's in a position where you didn't really have an immediate need or one that would need to be filled in the next couple years. You can find another catching prospect by 2025. And as far as Ben Brown's concerned, he was a prospect that was intriguing, but a long way off. So far, they've kept McCable, they've kept Andrew Painter, they've kept Griff McGarry. So your top 3 arms in your minor league system are still here. And you've got some guys that can help you make a run at the playoffs this year.
And Phillies DFA Odubel Herrera. Yeah, that's basically all it is. That O'Hoppe was never going to have a path here. He just wasn't. Because if you look at JT's contract, he's under contract until 2026. So that's another 3 years after this. O'Hoppe's going to be around 20. He's going to be blocked by that. So, and it's not guaranteed that Logan O'Hoppe is going to be anything. So, at the end of the day, I'm coming to terms with it. And you got a center fielder for the near future in Brandon Marsh at this point right now. Maybe Kevin Long can fix his swing. Maybe Kevin Long can fix the swing. Just got to see how it works. But you have Brandon Marsh under control until like he's 29. So you have a lot of control under him. Yeah, so Double just got DFA'd. Still got another hour or so until the deadline ends. I still think they're trying to get Rodon as much as possible. I think that's what's trying to happen here. We're basically just playing the waiting game at this point. Very popular move, designating Odubel Herrera for assignment. Yeah, that was going to be very popular with the Phillies fan base. So the Odubel Herrera tenure in Philadelphia is over. You're happy now that they DFA'd Odubel. Yeah, I think they're still going out there trying to get someone. They're trying to get someone here. You're tired of a duel. Just me and you both, man. Me and you both. The Reds have received 3 of the Mariners' top 5 prospects for Luis Castillo and 3 of the Twins' top 14 prospects for Tyler Mahle, or Mahle in the trade. Yeah. And the Reds are getting a lot of prospects. I still think there's something in there for a Rodon, possibly. You get Darren Ruff going to the Mets. Wonder if David... I still think the job... You still have a lot of guys in that back. It just adds another one to the back end of the bullpen that has closing experience. Robertson has been elite this year for Chicago. But now you add that to it where you have Sir Anthony back there, who's been your closer more recently than not. You have Brad Hand. Now you have David Robertson. You have Corey Knebel. So you got 4 guys back there that all have closing experience. You have Sir Anthony in the 9th. You can have a David Robertson in the 8th. You can have a Brad Hand in the 7th. And possibly Brad Hand, Corey Knebel for the 7th inning. Those are your late inning guys. So that's a good move for them. That is a good move for the Phillies. You have your late inning rotation now. So we have Sir Anthony, Brad Hand, Corey Knebel, David Robertson, Sam Coonrod, when he eventually comes back, Jose Alvarado, Connor Brogdon. I think Familia is eventually going to... here we go. Okay, John Heyman just posted this. San Francisco Giants are looking for big talent back for Carlos Rodon, the last remaining certain top of the rotation starter on the market. Okay. Let's see. This is from 8 minutes ago. Talked to Robinson last month about the possibility of returning to Philadelphia after the Tommy John hurt his surgery limited him to 7 games over a 2-year deal. He knows a lot of people there. It'll be great. It'll be nice to pitch there after being so excited to go there, and my body just let me down. Now everyone's saying Logan O'Hoppe for Brandon Marsh is the greatest trade because it involves Odubel Herrera getting DFA'd. Yeah. This is basically just looking for... Someone said they're getting Didi Gregorius and Didi Gregorius and Jeurys Familia, and you're gonna like it.
It's part of the business. And surprise or...
Let's see. Here, yep. Pablo Lopez. Mike Bizzanelli likes the Brandon Marsh trade. Yeah, this is going to be definitely split down the middle between Marsh, because there's going to be a lot of people that are really attached to prospects. Jeez, we've been streaming for 4 hours. It doesn't feel like it. Marsh has the Jason Worth flow working for him. Oh. Wilson Contreras and Ian Happ are both in the Cubs lineup tonight for now. Ooh. Ooh. The Cubs not find a trade market for him? Interesting. Did the Cubs just not find a market for them? Or are they going to re-sign them? That's a major question mark right there. Yep, the bots have to be poor. Yeah, they just keep popping up. Yeah, it's just like for them to say some of these guys are untouchable and then you're trading the prospects for these guys, you have to be going out there and getting something else done. I don't think they're done. I really think they're trying to poke all the bears for Rodon because he's literally the only starter. I know Syndergaard's still out there, but it sounded like he's going to the Blue Jays eventually. And also Eovaldi's out there too, so don't fret about that too. Yeah. So there's still pitchers on the market. They could still end up with a Eovaldi. They could still end up with a Rodon. They could still end up with all these guys. I've seen something where they said third time is a charm of Odubel. But yeah, the Odubel Herrera era is done for good. Because now you got Brandon Marsh for very long term. Because you have him, his control is until 2027.
Baseball IQ is a big thing. This is one of those guys. Never had it. Doesn't be a ball run off the bat. I can keep going. But I'll just cut right there. Yeah. He puts in the ball. Yeah. I remember correctly, though, they did strike out 60. They did. Yeah, but I was just going to. Yeah, I know. The issue is you can still make the play at center field and still end with nothing. I believe it was a state game where Castellanos could have made a play at the right. He took a bad throw. With him, I think something is not good. Herrera is just and legit. I don't want to just ask him, but hold on, what we know. We know what they got. Isn't it better that he's not here?
Yeah. I'm happy. I'll let the door hit you.
I don't want to oversimplify it. I'm like, it's good across the board. They ran a bunch of these, but I know he could feel these. He's got really good speed on top.
I am confused though on Logo No Hobby being the one who is that raising eyebrows? Anyone else?
It does, but I'm hanging my hat on they believe long, some of them hit more. And then I'm looking at arbitration 2025, Rhys 2028. If he figures out how to hit, and if you're hitting for me to get eligible of a 250 hitter rather than 228 or whatever, and you have him for the next 6 years, I'm trying to wrap the center fielder starts with 6 years and how to hit on your own team. That's how I'm looking at it.
How do you feel as the Mickey Moniak supporter that you are? What does this say about the man?
Well, it just tells me that it's going to be a future right there. I don't know.
Club Tyrone is now closing.
He ran a lot of trouble. So, Brandon Marsh now in Club Tyrone. Now, I don't have a source. I have to bring him in. So, in honor of any hit that he has, any extra base hit, if you buy one, get one free Jack Daniels shot.
Hey, you've been calling all these specials for Club Tyrone since the spring, and not once have we been able to actually enjoy them.
That's not my fault. Okay?
It is your club.
And you're liking the moves.
If March doesn't have
What is Robertson's ERA? Let me look that up. Robertson's ERA is really good though this year. 2.23 ERA in 36 games. He's been really good. Really, really good. He's 37 years old right now. 14 saves. Has he blown saves this year? That something up on here. But overall, David Robertson's been really good this year. Really good. Here we go. This is something from Jim Salisbury. Phillies made 2 trades Tuesday afternoon. They acquired outfielder Brandon Marsh from the Angels in exchange for catching prospect Logan O'Hoppe. Also, the Phillies acquired David Robertson for the Chicago Cubs for pitching prospect Ben Brown. The Phillies had been in the market for a starting pitcher and still might be at the 6 p.m. deadline approaches. But with the prices for starting pitchers high, the team appears to have chosen to shore up its defense in the bullpen right now. Marsh is 24, a strong defender at 3 positions, including center field, where he played extensively in replacing of Mike Trout last year. Okay, that's basically one of the same articles. Robertson, 37 years old, signed as a free agent with the Phillies before the 2019 season, but pitched only in 7 games before acquiring Tommy John. That cost him 2 seasons. With the Cubs, he's pitched to a 2.23 ERA in 36 games. He has 14 saves. He will complement Sir Anthony Dominguez, Brad Hand, Jose Alvarado, Corey Knebel at the back end of the bullpen. Brad Marsh is the second strong defender to join the Phillies in recent days. The Phillies added Sosa from the Cardinals. Marsh could provide a defensive upgrade in center field, take some pressure off of those guys. Brandon Drury going to the Padres. Interesting. Padres are going all out. Okay, Alex Coffey just put something here on a double. Worth noting on Herrera, who will likely go through waivers unless the Phillies trade him before the 6 p.m. deadline. Because he has a prior outright, if no teams claim him, he'll have the option to become a free agent. He won't automatically return to the Phillies if no one picks him up, which is good. Oh, Familia got DFA'd. Familia got DFA'd, boys. Familia got DFA'd. This is from Todd Zalecki. Outfielder Mickey Moniak and Francisco Morales are here. As mentioned earlier, Odubel Herrera DFA'd and Familia also DFA'd. Bullpen's automatically better. Familia is gone. Yeah. Ohapi was going to be blocked. Ohapi was going to be blocked going into the major leagues because of JT. Yeah. And also, with Brandon Marsh, you got him under control for like 5 more years. And who knows, maybe Kevin Long can fix his swing because he's already got the glove out there in center field. He's a great defender. He's got plus speed. All you need to do is fix the bat. Yeah, so Francisco Morales will be active tonight, and Mickey Moniak will be active. As Philadelphia Phillies fans, Joyce in everything. Rejoice in everything about. Yeah, the Padres are going all out, dude. Padres are going all out. Yeah, Phillies officially announced the trade now for Brandon Marsh. So that's there. That's official. And then eventually the David Robertson trade's going to be official. Jeez. Jeez, the Padres are going all out. Why would they get a third baseman now? Isn't Machado their third baseman? That's weird. Yeah, Sosa's basically just a defensive upgrade. Yeah, and Marsh has the 5.5 years of control. So we got what, like a little under an hour and a half before the deadline's over. There's still time for them to get a starter. We just gotta wait and see what happens. There's still time for them to do it. I'm sure Dave Dombrowski's poking his nose into things. I'm sure he's still trying to poke at Rodon, and I'm sure he's poking at Nathan Eovaldi. Everyone's just like going crazy over Familia and Ojo will be in DFA. That's amazing. I love it. Oh my god, with the freaking bots. Get out of my chat. Out of my chat, you goddamn adult date bots. My goodness. And they're still popping up. Oh wow, the Padres number 6 prospect is heading back to the Reds for Drury. Interesting. Familias. Everyone's in rejoice with Familia being gone. I hope David Robertson gets a huge standing ovation. Reggie returns for the Phillies. That's funny. Brendan Mark, the new Jason Worth? It could be. Could be with that beard, that flowing beard. Maybe. Well, there goes about 75% of our player bashing between Odubel and Familia out of the picture. Hey, there you go. Now it's mainly towards Nick Castellanos. That's where the player bashing goes. I'm watching the 97.5 show on NBC Sports, and they're ripping Hunter apart because he thinks Sidney Crosby's a living legend. There's one of the callers ripping him apart. Phillies made the trade. Okay, Phillies made the trade official for David Robertson, and now Familia is officially DFA'd. I would assume they'll be available by Wednesday afternoon, maybe. Maybe they're already flying to Atlanta. Here's a great tweet right here. The Padres will get all the press, but the Phillies just DFA'd Odubel Herrera and Familia. So who really won the deadline? Jeez. Do you think the Phillies are? I still think they're poking their minds about a starter. I still think so. I think they're poking in on Rodon. They're poking in on Nate Eovaldi from Boston. I think they're poking in on those two. They just got to see what happens. Yeah, it sounds like Syndergaard, the price from the Angels is too much right now. I think the Phillies are in on the Rodon Eovaldi's thing. I think they're going to go starter, man. I think they're going to eventually end up with one. If they don't, they're concerned. The Phillies' comments of getting a Familia getting DFA'd has more likes than the Robertson post itself. Wait, does it? It does. That's funny. That is funny.
So today, Ricky and Hunter, Tyrone knows this about me. I don't know that y'all know it about me. I am a novice guard.
There's no reason now to ever hear the name Familia ever again. Thank God.
Okay, first of all, invasive species are a major problem across this island, and they're very invasive species. They're not what they need. But I'm not mad about the lantern flies anymore. I'm mad at you all animals, especially birds. What are you doing out here? Adjust your diet, okay? Try something different. Why are the birds? Why are some insects? Because the birds, what do these birds do? They smatter right. They go along and they ignore them because I haven't had that before. I was trying something. I wasn't done eating sushi. I figured it out. What's up with these birds? Just allow these butterflies fly around, do whatever they want. No natural pepper.
Oh boy. Let me actually update this little banner right here. Let me update this. Did I never fix it? Okay, so I guess I just never fixed this. Robertson. Trying to spell this name. There we go. Come on, I want Rodon. We need, yeah, we do need a starting pitcher. I still think he's going out there to try to get one. The Cleveland Browns have signed a double Herrera and Familia. Our designer really popped off with this jersey swap. That's gonna be the long-living joke of this David Robertson trade. That the jersey swap is really easy. Surprising how the White Sox. Well, the White Sox have been bad all year. Well, I wouldn't say bad or below average. I'm telling you, Tony La Russa is the major reason why that team is not good. Tony La Russa is the major issue with that team. Matt Boyd goes to the Mariners. Matt Boyd. See again. Oh, he's the pitcher from the Tigers. Okay. Sign Cole Hamels as a free agent. Nah, I'm good. I'm good, man. He had Tommy John surgery, dude. He's been out since April. He's gonna miss a year and a half with Tommy John. So John Means is not an option. Probably could have been an option if he didn't get injured, but someone retweeted the Bryce Harper signing with the Phillies. There we go. Matt Gelb from Rob Thompson. And as I just hit my freaking microphone. There we go. Here we go. Brandon Marsh is an everyday center fielder. He won't join them until Thursday. Gene Segura will be activated Thursday, barring anything unexpected, and David Robertson might be here tomorrow for tomorrow's 12:20 game. Okay. Okay, so Marsh is not going to be here until Thursday's game, which is understandable. Let's see, Mariners rotation. I saw a post that the Mariners have 7 starters now after they just got Matt Boyd. This guy lineup, yes. Starters: Marco Gonzalez. Look at Marco Gonzalez. Up here come the bots again. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's from the Eric Hosmer deal. I see something. Oh my God, with bots. Here we go. Rob Thompson has mixed and matched Sir Anthony and Brad Hand in the 8th and 9th innings, which is expected to stay the same. David Robertson will slide in somewhere. Can close, of course. Seems like a similar role to Knievel, Alvarado, and Brogdon. Let's see. Let me look at Marco Gonzalez. Oh, wait. I am getting a phone call, everyone. Give me a second. I'm back. Just had to answer a phone call. Okay, let's see if there's anything else. Did I miss anything in that phone call? Unsurprisingly, the Padres will be sending an undisclosed amount of money to the Red Sox in the Hosmer deal. Huh. Oh my god, the bots are in full bloom. No. I'm trying to block this freaking bot. Okay, the user is blocked. Get off my freaking thing. Okay. Joey says, what kind of starting pitcher do you want the Phillies to get? Right now, if they land anyone, I'm fine with it. If you go out there, get a Nate Eovaldi, if you find a way to get a Rodon, which I still think is a pipe dream, even though I still think they're trying to pick their nose into that situation, I'll be fine with it. Oh. Here we go. Phillies have been in touch on Carlos Rodon, but the price is very high, uncertain if a deal isn't possible. How the hell does Hosmer, who's not a great player, have all that power? Because he had a no movement list in his trade clause. He had a no movement list. Michael says, consider me happy with the deadline so far, hoping we have enough juice to add a starting pitcher 3 or 4, but it seems unlikely. Maybe Vierling is expendable now? No, I still think he's going to be more of a platoon guy, because if you think about it, Vierling can still play the outfield, and then adding Marsh to that situation, you can maybe play Marsh in a center field, you play Marsh in left field and DH Schwarber one day, you play Marsh in right field, DH Castellanos certain days. So it gives him flexibility that he can play every outfield position. So I don't think that makes Vierling expendable. I think Vierling's still going to have a role in the team. Here we go. There's over an hour before the trade deadline, but there's a chance that Wilson Contreras stays with the Cubs. It's possible to keep him the rest of the year or try to resign him or extend a qualifying offer and recruit Jack. I just find that stupid on the Cubs' path. Wait, what do you mean on the 60-day IL? Who are you talking about? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, Means. Okay. Means had Tommy John surgery. Means had Tommy John. He's out the rest of the year, so there's no chance of getting him. I'm kind of more leaning past Carlos Rodon because I just feel like it'll be too expensive. I think they're going to end up with Eovaldi. Don't think the Phillies have the farm system to get a starting pitcher. Thanks, Clintac, the prospect. That's what happens when you're in a terrible market this year. If there were guys like Scherzer on the market, if you're looking at, if there were like legitimate aces on the market, the Phillies probably wouldn't be having an issue trying to make these trades.
Go fuck yourself, San. And I'm Ron Burgundy. Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
Yeah, you do have to balance your long-term and short-term future. That's why I think Clintack's also here for, not Clintack, Dombrowski. He's also trying to I know, like, he's trading prospects away for these two players, but he did get Andrew Painter. I know Clintack was able, but you have those two guys. He just drafted Crawford's son, so that's someone to add there. And I think he's going to be doing this throughout the course of his tenure. Gene Segura comes back. What are they going to do with Bryson Stott? Oh, they're not going to bench Bryson Stott. That can't happen. That's probably not going to happen. Phillies I don't think they're going to get Syndergaard anymore. I think they're way out. I think they're out on Syndergaard, especially for the asking price. So Syndergaard's done. But going back to Bryson Stott, they're not going to bench Bryson Stott. I think he plays more over Didi when Segura comes back. Oh boy. Price tag for Pablo Lopez is understandably high, but a source says the Dodgers might be making a final hour push. Oh boy. But also, then you look at this. Brandon Marsh is the everyday center fielder now. So Marsh is going to play everyday center field. Vierling, I think, is still going to have an impact on the team. Like I said, when Schwarber needs a day off from the field, you put Vierling out there in left, and when Castellanos needs a day off from the field, you put Vierling out there in right, and then you DH Castellanos and Kyle Schwarber when those instances happen. I think that's what's going to happen eventually. Yeah. Thinking about it too. They just mentioned this on the radio. Brandon Marsh, he has the beard. James Harden is the beard. Philadelphia's got the beard flow going for them. Trevor Rosenthal traded to the Brewers. Wow. According to MLB.com, Ohapi is now the Angels' #1 prospect. That's funny. So that means the Angels had no one in their prospect system.
Just over 200, though. What's the problem? There you go. Thank you. That was the answer.
Brandon Marsh is the everyday center. He will join the team Thursday.
I got to give Steve a lot of credit here. Normally, when you start off the call with, I've been a Phillies fan since 1972, we're going to hear something like, hey, back in my day, we used 4 starters. Yeah. So when we get that, we're like, all right, you did finish off a little rough with the 200. But to be fair, I got to give Steve a little round. A start off with the, I've been a fan since X, Y, and Z. You're probably going to get an old school, like I remember Nolan, Ryan. Yeah.
When Bryce Harper is coming back, well, he just got the pins out of his thumb, so that means the thumb is healed. And now he's going to go back into his regime of batting cages, getting his hitting routine back, everything and like that. Most likely, I would think you would expect Bryce back by the end of August, maybe beginning of September. I think that's where the timeline is expected for him to come back. Phillies trade 2 prospects for Rodon. What are you talking about? Are you just asking that as a question, or?
That's what I heard. And Walsh is not going to be. He's not going on the road trip. He's going to be back to Philly Thursday.
And apparently, people are saying Walsh.
Yeah, Marsh. Are we saying Walsh?
That's what I was told. I'm not noticing.
What did I say?
I don't know. Well, Marsh and Walsh, the both outfielders, and the Angels, I guess.
Oh, ask. Okay, are they going to? I think they're trying everything they can to do to get Rodon. I think they're going to end up with Eovaldi from Boston. That's what I think is going to happen. Because I feel like Eovaldi won't cost as much, but never know. Just trying to refresh this page as much as possible. You also got to handle too. I believe trades can be made after the trades can be announced after the deadline passes, as long as you get the thing going through there. I think they're done with the bullpen moves. The bullpen itself overall is really solid now because you got Sir Anthony, Brad Hand, now David Robertson, Corey Knebel, Brogdon. You got Jose Alvarado, who's been a lot better over the past month, a lot better since being called up from AAA. Nick Nelson. Think Coonrod. You got Mark Capella, who's been up and down this year. Well, from AAA to the majors, but overall in the starts that he has made, he's been good. So I think overall your bullpen's really solid. Really, really solid bullpen. And your bullpen showed that over the past month. basically since, you know, Jesus, it's been a very long stream, and I didn't even realize that. Who's been closer? Dave Robert. It's most likely going to be Sir Anthony Dominguez. They've been doing it all year, like mixing between Brad Hand and Sir Anthony. I think it's still going to be like that. I would prefer Sir Anthony being the main closer just because of how nasty has been this year. But I think they're going to be, you know, a little bit there. David Robertson just posted excited for a second chance in Philadelphia. Come on, I need something to refresh here, man. I need a refresh. You hate both the trades, Sean? You like both DFAs? Well, I know, Sean, you've been the one saying you don't want to trade away prospects, so I can understand probably why you hate both trades. The only thing I say, I always saw Ohapi and Brown as trade pieces eventually. I know they said they were untouchables, but I always saw those two as trade chips, in my honest opinion. Would you have liked to see a better return for possibly an Ohapi? Possibly. But I guess the market right now, just how bad it is, it's just the prices are just astronomically high. Yeah, trading a young prospect starter for a bullpen guy is always weird, but the Robinson deal, getting David Robinson himself is solid in itself, in my honest opinion, because that does bolster your bullpen, especially the back end. Oh, here we go. Noah Syndergaard pursuit is down to 2 finalists, Blue Jays and the Phillies. So, Phillies are still in on Syndergaard, I guess. I don't know why they didn't trade for him with Marsh, but yeah. Seeing that thing come out, I don't think Rodon's happening. Well, they already just got their outfielder in March. They're not going to go get They're not going to get Jock Peterson. Well, yeah, the trade's right here from John Morosi saying Phillies are one of the finalists for the for Syndergaard. Yeah, Noah Syndergaard will automatically slide into the rotation. Yeah, I'd rather Rodon too, but if the Giants are just asking for an obnoxious price for him, but that's a thing. I guess the asking price for I think it's going to be now Syndergaard and either Eovaldi. Rodon may be a surprise, but here we go. Has this person said anything else on
Someone is at the front door.
And someone's at my front door, apparently. Here we go. This is from the Giants insider. Sources tell me he's not sure Rodon will be on the move. Matches that isn't there yet, and again, this isn't a salary jump for the Giants. That's interesting. Yeah, Rodon can also opt out after the year. So do you want to take that risk? I know I said that I would do that earlier, but if they're asking for like Andrew Painter, Mick Abel, and all that stuff, or Mick Abel, I always say Abel. If they're asking for like Painter or Abel, I won't make that move. Where does Coonrod? Maybe that shows how far off Coonrod actually is. Possibly. I think too. Well, then when you get into September, don't the rosters expand when you get into September too? So maybe that's when Coonrod comes back. I have no idea, honestly. The Seattle Mariners are acquiring Jake Lamb from the Dodgers for cash considerations. Interesting. I guess that's probably to make room for Gallo for the Dodgers. Yeah. I feel like for the Giants' sake, for Rodon, they're asking for either Painter, Abel, or McGarry. That's most likely what they're asking for in that deal. Okay, now it shows the Dodgers are not in pursuit of Pablo Lopez, but at least two teams are trying to land the righty in the next 35 minutes. Source said it could look like it come down to the final minutes before 6 p.m. before the deal struck or the Marlins decide to keep him. Interesting. I wonder who those two teams are. I'm not sure who they give up for Noah Syndergaard, honestly. Not sure who they would give up. I feel like Syndergaard. I feel like Syndergaard would be easier to acquire. Well, trades can be announced after the deadline. That's the problem, Sean. The market is so dead this year in terms of pitching that teams were just asking for an obnoxious amount. Like Mahle got 3 prospects from the Twins, and then that haul that Castillo got. Like if there was a legitimate aces on the market this year, the market wouldn't be as bad for like the asking price. Phillies probably would have been able to get one of these guys easily if the market was actually better in terms of that. Yeah, I saw the Luke Voigt trade. I saw that.
The Yankees, the Mets, and the Dodgers, they've spent money wrongly in your sense, but they've been willing to spend money.
And I think they will continue. What they need is more bone. Maybe a bone that plays in the outfield. I'm not saying bone because they need more homegrown talent. Those guys are cheap.
Not for anything, but they didn't expect. That's what they did.
Yeah, I think the Syndergaard price, if you're willing to take on the entire contract, which is he's only getting paid for a year. He only signed the 1-year contract, but he's getting paid $20+ million. If the Phillies take on that contract, take on the entire contract, it might soften the blow of the return to the Angels. It might. Yeah, we already saw Tyler Mahle to the Twins. I do think they're going to end up with one of these pitchers, though. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I feel like it. If I'm getting Rodon, though, I would trade McGarry. I know the oh yeah, the bigger person in the deal going to the Nationals is Mackenzie Gore. He's a good good young pitcher for the future for Washington, but the rest of the return was not good for them, in my honest opinion. But going back to Rodon, I'd be willing to trade a Griff McGarry because Rodon has been one of the best pitchers in baseball for the past couple of seasons. He's been electric for San Francisco this year. I know he has the opt-out. So there's a chance of that. But I think if you can make the playoffs this year getting a Rodon, he might be willing to stay. But that's right now. If the asking price is Mick Abel and Andrew Painter, that's a no. Johan Rojas, Eric Miller for a starting pitcher not named Rodon. I honestly have no idea what would get it done with the way the market is. I have no idea. No idea whatsoever. Yeah, because I really can't think of anyone that they can trade for Rodon. I just don't understand. Yeah, they have also could have gotten Rodon in free agency. That was also one of the things they could have done for the past couple of years. They could have gotten this past free agency. They could have gotten the free agency before he re-signed with the White Sox. So there's that. And hey, if he opts out this year of his contract, you can go get him in free agency again. So there's your option. Yeah, I just don't see how you can trade for Rodon after, without giving one of your big three up, your big three prospects, or your quote-unquote untouchables. Hey, Rob Thompson says Gene Segura will be activated this Thursday. From Jim Salisbury. I think our big free agents. Yeah, I can definitely see that happening. I would be all in on getting Trey Turner. All in. I'd be all in on that. Because Didi comes off the books. Segura does come off the books. You can give Stott full-time playing next year, too. Both Didi, Gene are gone. Kyle Gibson's contract off the books. You're going to have to make a decision on Rhys Hoskins, though. That's going to be the question mark this offseason. Because he's going to be going into his arbitration year. And then you're going to have to make the decision whether you want to trade him or sign him. I would be all in on getting Trey Turner. I would be all in. On today's, just the Phillies specifically, or just overall everything else? Because if you're talking about the Juan Soto trade, Padres are stacked. The Padres are going all in for everyone. They got Josh Hader, Juan Soto, making all these other type of trades. They're going all in. The return to the Nationals, Mackenzie Gore's a nice piece, but the rest, Twins got Mahle. They were in on him, basically. That was one of the reports from this morning. It was either him or the Phillies. It was either the Twins or the Phillies going after him. The price was probably just too much. Oh, Phillies specific. Brandon Marsh, I'm fine with the deal. I'm fine with the Brandon Marsh deal because I did figure Ohapi was going to get moved at some point. Did I expect for a bigger package? Yes. But if you're looking at it on base, everything right here, Brandon Marsh is now going to be your starting center fielder. You have him under control for the next 5 years until he's like 29 years old. He's got a great glove out in center field. He's basically going to be your best outfielder overall. He's got speed. Basically, he's got defense and speed right now. The one thing is his bat, and maybe Kevin Long believes he can fix it. Maybe Kevin Long believes he can fix that bat, because if you fix that bat in Brandon Marsh to add with the, like his added for average is what, at like 220 something. If you can raise that batting average to like a 250, get it up that range, maybe add some more pop, you got yourself a good piece there for the future with the defense and the speed. If you can get that average up to the 250, 260, that's fine. Ben Brown for David Robertson. I like getting David Robertson because it does bolster your bullpen. Just the fact that you traded Ben Brown for him. That's I don't think you would have. I see John Stolness saying you would probably have to give up Gary to do it. I don't think you have to, because all the money that Syndergaard is owed this year. I don't think that's going to happen. Yankees have been talking to the Marlins about Pablo Lopez. Would be prospects if it happens. My beard is not superior to Brandon Marsh's. It is not. We're talking about like Jason Worth, James Harden type beards with Brandon Marsh. I don't think so. I don't think so. My favorite insider. What do you mean? Oh, Xavier. How you doing, man? If the Yankees somehow go out and get Pablo Lopez, how are the Yankees like the Yankees are like the true favorite for the World Series? They already are probably, but like David Robertson, yeah, he's a good addition to the back end of your bullpen, because now you got 4 guys in that back end that has closing experience. I know the Corey Knebel experience failed, but if you need him to go in a certain situation like he did against the Pirates and he pitched 2 innings and he got a save. Brad Hand, he's been very serviceable for you this year. Seranthony Dominguez has been electric, and now you add David Robertson to that, a guy that can close, and he's been really good for Chicago this year, getting his chance to play for the Phillies and have a bounce back, after Tommy John basically ruined his chances. 30 minutes left. Give me your final prediction for, or I think right now, Syndergaard or Givaldi. I think they're done. I think Rodon's out of the question with the asking price. I think it's most likely going to be Syndergaard or Givaldi. That's where I'm going. Because if Syndergaard doesn't work out, Dave Dombrowski has the connections with Boston. Maybe he can go in last minute and get Givaldi. Max Ferguson and Corey Rozier, the number 11th and 26th prospect for the Padres, are heading to the Red Sox along with Hosmer. Rodon, Eovaldi, Syndergaard. Out of all of them, I would choose Rodon, but the price for Rodon, what the Giants are most likely asking, they're definitely asking for one of the untouchables, a Painter, Abel. I would be willing to give him McGarry, but still iffy about it. But the asking price is way too high. What else? Eovaldi, he's got the connections to Dombrowski. He's been really huge in the playoffs the past couple of years for Boston when they made the playoffs. The 2018 World Series. I know they lost that game in like the 18th inning, but he still basically pitched a full game in extras. He had like 90-something pitches at that point. He came in during the extra innings and he pitched a full game basically. Then the wild card game last year against the Yankees, he was really good. I think overall, he'd be a nice addition. The only thing that would concern me with Eovaldi is his velocity is down like a couple of ticks. I'm not sure if that's an arm issue or a back. I feel like I've heard he's been dealing with back issues this year. Maybe that's the reason why he's having the velocity issue. But we just got to see. We got to see what happens. MLB Network is not enamored with the Braves' moves today. Well, the Braves made very minor moves. What they got Odo Rizzi from the Astros, basically just flip-flopping Will Smith for him. So the Braves really didn't make that many moves. They were just bolstering depth. That's basically it. Yeah, that's basically all they did. And we're almost at the end of the trade deadline now. We got 20 minutes. 20 minutes left. 5:59 is the deadline, or 6 p.m. is the deadline, but I consider it 5:59. Are we going to see Pablo Lopez move to the Yankees in these final minutes? Are we going to see if Phillies make a trade for a starting pitcher? If that's Syndergaard or Eovaldi, or they somehow end up with Rodon? Who knows? There's gonna be some noises though. There's gonna be some noises. Remember, trades can be announced after the deadline. No, Contreras nor Harper traded. That is a very, like, not trading Contreras by the Cubs standards. It's very stupid. It's very stupid. They're in the lineup today for them. It's very stupid. Very stupid. Yeah, the Phillies need to make a trade for a pitcher. I know that. Orioles added Phillips, who Tampa Bay cut yesterday. Good for them. Good for them. Yeah, but going back to it's just so stupid because he can walk in the offseason. He can walk because then you would have to offer him a qualifying offer for him to deny it to, get those draft picks in return if he signs with another team. I don't know why you just don't trade him and get a haul for him. It just doesn't. And then, you got the Cardinals. You just brought the Cardinals right here, Sean. The Cardinals not offering, seriously, the player that was holding the Cardinals back from going after Juan Soto was Dylan Carlson. Dylan Carlson, the same age as Juan Soto, and Soto has 100 times the numbers that Dylan Carlson has. And they're saying, oh, we don't want to trade Dylan Carlson to get Juan Soto. We want to keep Dylan Carlson. You're getting Juan Soto. Cardinals fans have a right to be angry after that. Seriously, right now, their only move is going after and getting, Jojo Romero and Jose Quintana? That's a terrible deadline for the Cardinals.
Except for maybe that one woman who got caught on the broadcast a few months back with the I Heart Odubel Herrera t-shirt with her hands up. I didn't even think that was a thing. So I got
Wait, did someone just call in 987.5 talking about why did they cut Odubel? Wait, I need to rewind that. I need to rewind that. I gotta rewind this. I gotta rewind this. I gotta rewind this. Dwayne from Harrisburg.
Even Hunter, who's skeptical of what happened, doesn't know it's terrible, right? Correct. It's terrible.
How do you get a guy like Warren to play center field when you got an all-star center field already there?
Who's that?
He's gone. See you later. Goodbye and good riddance.
No.
Yes.
He saved the bacon so many times.
What bacon? What, for the Iron Bacon? Turkey bacon? No, you're wrong.
No, I'm watching my own eyes.
What game are you watching?
What they did to him, I'll never forget that in a new organization.
What? Hold on. You got, wait a minute. Now, are you trolling? No, Dwayne, are you trolling?
No.
You really think that he, first of all, forget the fact that your incorrect statement about him saving their baby, in your words.
How many times I've seen that?
Yeah, but don't you have to agree that they were overly kind to the guy after he did something heinous? He left hand marks on his girlfriend's throat and they brought him back. And you think they owe him something?
Hey, I know there's guys in baseball, the steroids got 5 chances.
So what about steroids? I said he left hand marks on his girlfriend's throat and they brought him back. What else do they owe him?
That was wrong, but he's still with the same woman.
So what? We ain't get to that. How many people stay with the person for numerous reasons, like they might be homeless or their brothers are on the payroll and that guy might, you know what, don't even get started on that. Everybody, if you just read, just Google domestic violence, you learn why people stay. And it's very numerous reasons outside of love, first of all. But second of all, the fact that they brought him back, how in the hell can we be talking about August 2nd, 2022, they owe him something?
I didn't think that there was one Odubel Herrera fan in the city, except
I didn't think there was one Odubel Herrera fan in it. Oh my god. How do you defend Odubel like that? Wait, I gotta post this in my chat. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know what the blood alcohol level was there, Sean. I don't know. I don't know. The Twins just got Michael Fulmer. Yeah, I just saw that. More like Fubar. I saw the Yankees are making a push for Lopez. The Cardinals need some familial love. Is there anything else here? Yeah, Twins got Michael Fulmer. Blah 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 blah. Oh, Mark Zumoff's having a play-by-play class at fall this year for Temple. Nice, good for him. Wish I was at Temple during that point, but I am not. The Mets have been quiet. Yeah, their big ad is DeGrom. I think they were in on Contreras, but I'm assuming they just didn't want to pay the price or something like that. Mariners are acquiring Kurt Cassill and Matthew Boyd from the Giants. Okay. I think he's still with the girl that he everything. It's a horrible situation entirely. Everything there. I'm just like talking into my one chat, right, baseball chat right here. Just they're talking about like the Twins moves right now. They're like, oh, ooh. We got breaking news here. We got some breaking news from Ken Rosenthal. Bring it up. Here we go. Phillies close on Noah Syndergaard. Noah Syndergaard's gonna be a Phillies. I don't think the Phillies are going to get another bullpen guy. I don't think they're going to. The Phillies are going to be getting Noah Syndergaard. Right now, we have no idea. No idea. But the Phillies got their starter.
I'm thinking it's the debut album of all time is going to be Led Zeppelin 1. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yo, can we give... If you go on Twitter, follow Austin Krell at the Painted Lines because this dude's sources are amazing. He says his baseball sources are better than his... He's a Sixers insider, but his baseball sources are better than his basketball sources. That's hilarious. Because he's been saying all day that the Phillies are getting Syndergaard. Yeah. If the return is reasonable, I don't think they're going to give up much for Syndergaard. Yeah, I think if they're absorbing all the money from Syndergaard's contract, the cost shouldn't be that much. It should be like a depth prospect or maybe who knows. This guy's a little late to the party and not pay attention to Twitter. Yep. The Phillies are close to acquiring Noah Syndergaard. Well, he's heard the Angels like Eric Miller, one of the Phillies prospects. I hear. Oh, wow. They traded Moniak. Wow. They traded Moniak. Moniak and a second prospect. Wow. Moniak is gone. Yeah, we got Syndergaard. We got Syndergaard. Mickey Moniak is gone. Mickey Moniak is not a Philly anymore. It's weird because he was called up to Atlanta. Trade talks notwithstanding, what's your score prediction tonight? 7-2 Braves. I'll give them more of the benefit of the doubt. I'll say 6-5 Braves. There we go. Sean, if you want some Flyers news, they settle on an arbitration year with Zack McEwen. 1 year at $925,000. If you want that Flyers news. It sounds. Let's see. Anything else? No, Syndergaard, Mickey Moniak's part of the deal. Right now, Jason Stark is just saying Mickey Moniak. It all hinges on that second prospect, though. Who is that second prospect? If Moniak's the face of the deal, it can't be a big name guy. You know what I mean? I really hope he turns into Randy Johnson now. Flyers news is too painful. No good news there. I think it's I feel like if Moniak's the face of the trade, 2-1 Philly score. That's why you're predicting there, man.
Yeah, Jason Stark's reporting the deal is done. I didn't look. Oh yeah, Jason Stark reporting the deal is done. Mickey Moniak and our prospect is unnamed yet. To the Angels for Nola Syndergaard.
How about that? All right, so we got our starting. That's a good deadline.
That's a strong deadline.
Oh, here we go. The second prospect is Jadiel Sanchez.
That was a nice job. We'll close it out here the rest of the day. So every day we're going to be posting.
That's a W. That's a W of trade. You didn't give up any top prospect to get Syndergaard. You traded Moniak. That's a good trade. That is a good trade. That is a good trade. That is a good deadline for the Phillies. Dave Dombrowski did a good job. Yeah, I can understand why you don't, because of the bullpen game and all that stuff, and they sucked against Strider. Yeah, you never know what will happen. Maybe the Phillies get a boost from the trade deadline acquisitions. Maybe they're like, oh, we got these guys. Let's go and win a game. I don't know. But hey, the Phillies got better. Phillies got better today. They added Noah Syndergaard to the rotation. They added David Robertson to the bullpen, and they added Brandon Marsh to the outfield. I feel like that's a good day. That's a good day. Pablo Lopez will remain with the Marlins beyond the trade deadline. Per source, the Yankees were one of the teams that tried to deal for him, but the match wasn't there. Lopez is under club control through 2024. Matt Vierling hates the Marsh trade. I think Matt Vierling is still going to have a role in this team. I think he is. I think Matt Vierling's going to have a role. Because if you look, Matt Vierling is probably going to be playing for days when Schwarber and Castellanos need the DH. So one day Schwarber DHs, Vierling is out there and left. Castellanos DHs, Vierling out there and right. I feel like that's what's going to be interchanging basically. And it's not this. Syndergaard has had a solid year. It's the major concern is the strikeout numbers are down. So he's relying more on the fielding. But the Phillies definitely did get better. They definitely did. So I call that a win at the trade deadline. The Yankees are acquiring Harris. What the hell are the Cardinals doing? Yo, what the hell are the Cardinals doing? What the hell are they doing? Whoa. 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 Wait. What the hell are the Cardinals doing? They just traded Harrison Bader to the Yankees. Yo. Yo! What the hell? Yo! What are the Cardinals doing? Are they just giving up on the year? They gave up on the Juan Soto trade. Oh, we're going to trade Harrison Bader. Going to trade Harrison Bader. What the hell are the Cardinals doing? Yo! Yo! Mets got Michael Gibbons. Yeah, what the? Oh, wait, Harrison Bader. Wait, Harrison Bader. Wait a minute. I'm getting confused here. I'm actually getting confused. Harrison Bader. Oh, that's Zack. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking it was their bullpen. Yo! For some reason, it's still a weird trade for the Cardinals. Why are they trading him away? Okay, they're getting Jordan Montgomery in return. Okay. Man, but still. Overall, good day by the Phillies. I know there's definitely a lot of last minute trades that are going to be popping in, most likely. Yeah, trading for Noah Syndergaard. Cardinals are acquiring Jordan Montgomery from the Yankees for Harrison Bader. Let me look at Jordan Montgomery from the Yankees. What is he doing this year? Before I end, so I'm going to end this stream off in a couple of minutes. 3-3, 21 games started, 3.69 ERA. He's solid. Solid 1.09 WHIP. That's solid. Now, for some reason, for some reason, my mind clicked to the one guy that was in the bullpen for the Cardinals that clocks in over 100 miles an hour. I don't know why I thought that instantly. I don't know why. Here we go. Hey, Ryan Helsley. That's for some reason I was thinking about that. I don't know why I did that. The Royals have traded Whit Merrifield, though. I wonder where Merrifield's going. Yeah, so the Cardinals got Quintana and they got Montgomery. And then eventually the Phillies are going to be getting back Harper and Segura soon. Segura going to be more sooner and Harper then eventually. So overall, it was a good day. It was a good trade deadline. And someone said the Phillies are acquiring a lot of hair. Definitely. But I think it's going to do it for this stream, folks. It's going to do it. It's been a very long stream, almost 6 hours at this point. My God. 6-hour stream. But I'm going to be back tonight to recap the Phillies game. Phillies versus Braves. Nick Nelson on the mound. Bullpen game for the Phillies against Spencer Strider. So, hey, what are we going to do? What are we going to do here? Phillies stream tonight, recapping everything, and then we'll also be talking about the trades later on tonight as well. For people that weren't able to tune into this thing. This very long stream. I don't know how someone didn't tune into it. But still, overall, very productive day. Phillies got 3 players, a starting pitcher, a bullpen guy, and an outfielder. I call that a success in my books. So, yeah. I think we're going to end it off here. So, thank you everyone here for joining the live stream as always. Don't forget to leave a comment in the comment section down below. Do not forget to drop a like. It goes a very long way. Don't forget to check out everything in the description. BrodesMedia, Painted Lines, everything like that. Also, I recommend hitting that subscribe button. It goes a very, very, very long way. Also, don't forget to use the code TTPSPORTS, $20 off your first SeatGeek purchase. Use it for anything you can think of. Thank you, everyone, for joining the stream. I'll catch you later tonight for the Phillies game after this. And yes, Sean Fitzpatrick tomorrow is a 12:30 game. So we're going to have tonight's Phillies recap, going over the game and talking about everything like that. And then tomorrow's Phillies recap is going to be in the afternoon after tomorrow afternoon's game. So thank you everyone for joining right now. I'll catch you later tonight. And then after that, I'll see you next time.